Yeah. Testing 1 3, don't test 2. Testing 1 3, don't test 2. Testing. Testing 1 3, don't test 2. I'm doing pretty good. How about you? Coming through on another day with something new to say, bringing you massive value with no delay, as I would tell you. So you know, gotta go with the flow. Doing what I know, creating the Invest the Path app, making it the best app out there. Just checking up the stream, making sure everything's as good as it seems. There we go. Another day, another flow. April 1st, day 41. Feeling like the new project has just begun, but I feel like I'm also more than halfway through it. Hopefully, made it through most of these bugs as far as I could see. And today, hopefully, I'm going to get the last of them. I feel like I should. I feel like got one more level to build. Had to have been through most of the bugs, got my workflow updated, so I don't have to manually catch them all anymore. And yeah, everything's good for sure. So yeah, I'm pretty sure, this is going to flow quicker than I thought. First, I was thinking, this project was going to take about a month, but yeah, I think I can get it live. I want to get it live as soon as possible. Um, I don't want to get in that trap of trying to make it perfect. I just want to make sure that it's good enough that it's not going to have any wrong information. The UI looks good, it's not bad. All that stuff I can change later as I go. Really, it's all about just putting it out, sending traffic, seeing what people like, and going from there. So, I'm also really motivated to put it out because I want to use this myself. Like I'm really hyped up about like having an ability to have this journal. And I was doing some research, and essentially like I don't need to have just the journal for like, the app, like the paper trading. Like I can make an API so that I can like transfer this journal capabilities from this app to any exchange that I'm trading on or even investing. Because like I have some exchanges that I make investments and some exchanges that I just do trading on. So that's another thing, I've got to look into like how can I get it like kind of spread across multiple exchanges. But maybe that's not a good idea because I would want different information for investing, different information for trading, and mostly, well, most of the, the my money is in investing. Trading is like I definitely spend more time trading than investing, but that's not where most of my money is at. So really, I'd probably want to have two accounts, or I don't know, maybe there's some way where I can get it figured out, but that's nothing to worry about right now. Just got to build it, keep building, put it out there, start doing marketing, send traffic to it. Definitely, it's good to hear that there's some people that are already interested in checking it out, trying it out for themselves. And yeah, I'm really, really glad to see that it's coming through like I want it to be and looking better every day. And that's the thing I started noticing too is like maybe halfway through that first phase where I was putting out 30 apps a day, I was really starting to see how like the apps were getting better every day. Um, I was really like feeling pretty good about that, and it wasn't just that they were like getting better because I was a better coder or a better vibe coder, but they were getting better because like I was having a better understanding of like what was possible and how to talk to the LLMs to get better ideas. So like I would come through with an idea that I thought really was really good, and by the end of the build, it would be like 5 times better. And I'm already seeing that with what I'm building now. and I feel like it's gonna be so good that people are gonna try to copy it. So I just gotta work harder than them. So I just gotta outwork them, make them just feel overwhelmed. Like if they even look at like my work ethic and look at how much effort I put into everything, they're just gonna be like throw their hands up like yeah, like even if I do catch up to this guy, my marketing is not gonna be where his marketing is at. But also, it's like my idea, so like nobody's gonna be able to like, they could like copy it, but people will see. And yeah, I mean it's all about creativity. It's all about, providing value in the way that only I can. So that's the plan. All right, so I'm just gonna pick up where I left off last time. Going into well, I got the echo effect right now. That's cool. So it happens when I put up the restream. Okay, so going to I'll go to Gemini first. Open up my project in VS Code. Going to the dev folder. Finance dash hub. No spaces in the dev folder. Yeah, feeling pretty good to start a new context too. Definitely that context got a little bit too long last time. Feel like that was kind of the reason, like, I learned something too, like it was kind of like the end of like my attention span. My attention was starting to wear thin. It was, I've been working for like maybe 4 to 5 hours straight. And then I started to like run into some problems and compound that with the fact that like the context was getting, up above 30%. That's something I know I got to avoid in the future. Like, it's better to move on to something else I just learned last night. If I run into the same problem and I'm starting to, get tired and the context is getting low, it's better to just put that off until like I'll come back to work fresh the next day. So that's what I did. So hopefully I'm just going to run through the same issue I had yesterday with the bugs, because what happened was I set rules, I set everything up for catching bugs and everything like that, and then I got to a certain level and I was like, wait, this level is like really bad, and I wanted to add some stuff to it. And essentially what happened was like Gemini, acting as my senior engineer, was basically like, you should just start the level over. And I'm thinking like, okay, what's wrong with that? Like, the best thing about this was that the first thing I did yesterday was that I made it so like each part of this game had like a fence around it. So like if I changed one part of the game, it wouldn't affect any other part of the game. I had like a file that had like all the logic for the game, or I guess a few different files. So like they're all supposed to follow that logic. But when I remade that one level, I must have not like given it the right prompt to remember to check the logic and everything. So it just basically remade it from scratch, and right away I caught myself to where like I could tell that the I was solving bugs and it was like causing new bugs, and I was like, okay, I've been through this before. I know what happens if I just keep doing this. It's just gonna keep breaking more bugs, and I'll just keep going in a circle, in a loop, what they call it. And I was able to catch that right away and save it for another day, and just kind of like think on like the best way to do it like I did before. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff I found in vibe coding that if you just try to push through and you just like force yourself and you're starting to get tired, that can make things a lot worse. It's better, especially doing something that's more complicated or something you've never done before, to do that part like fresh at the beginning of a session with the like when the context is empty, when there's no context. But anyways, that's yeah, that's some good lessons that I learned from yesterday, and definitely Just gotta get this Word document up because that's where I put the max effort prompt. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing too how max effort is way better. It is taking up more tokens, getting more usage, but yep, maximum capability with deepest reasoning. Opus 4.6. That's what I want. So let's see. I just noticed there is like a new command I'm not used to seeing on the terminal for Claude Code, and it is slash buddy. What does that do? April Fool's Easter egg. Buddy command hatches a Tamagotchi style AI companion that lives right in your terminal. It's a persistent digital pet that watches you code. Does it have any value or is it just like there? So when you run it for the first time, Claude will generate a unique name species personally for your buddy based on your coding style. Why not try it? Let's see. What they give me? Vortex, a snail. Because I'm so slow. But it's called a speed demon who finds bugs hilarious and will absolutely spiral into tangents about your code's edge cases while leaving a glittery slime trail across your terminal. So that doesn't like what debugging is. I want something that's strong at debugging, not chaos. I don't really understand what that means. Okay. I'm gonna as Gemini. The heck? Alright, yeah, I just tried that buddy thing. They gave me a snail and it has like some characteristics. Like it seems like chaos is like the biggest one. I copied and pasted what it has here. I don't understand this. Can you kind of explain to me? Like I get it. Like all I kind of understand is like it just comments on things that I'm doing. But like the main thing I'm wondering is like what is this like these different traits it has like debugging, patience, chaos, wisdom, and snark, and it's like heavy on the chaos it looks like. So yeah, help me understand this better. Meet Vortex. My new chaotic speed demon snail. Gemini thinks it's hilarious. I got a snail with a chaos stat of 63, which basically means the AI read your high energy and gave you a companion to match the intensity. Since it's April Fool's, Anthropic added these traits to mimic developer personalities. They think I'm highly chaotic, I guess, um, based on my coding. So yeah, that's interesting. Um, my primary trait: Vortex isn't interested in boring standard fixes. Because chaos is high, it's programmed to suggest edge cases. If I'm building level 5 of the game, Vortex might chime in with, what if a player jumps 10,000 times while the game is loading? Whoa. I don't think I ever told Gemini or Claude that I was jumping up and down while I was coding, but somehow they know. Is there to keep you, it's there to keep me on my toes. Vortex finds bugs hilarious, but isn't necessarily a master at fixing them. It's more a commentator than a lead engineer. Vortex is a speed demon snail. It's going to get bored if you spend too much time on a single CSS color. It wants you to move fast. Wisdom 10% and snark 7. I got a relatively nice buddy. A high snark buddy would insult your code. That would be funny to me, actually. That's kind of like, actually, that would help. Like, I want like that. Cause, especially because like, the AI is like just agreeing with me all the time. Vortex is mostly just there for the glittery slime trail and the chaos. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Um, Even though it's an Easter egg, Vortex actually tracks your vibe coding patterns. As I code the isolated level refactor, I'll see small ASC2 comments or emojis pop up in the corner of the terminal. Wants me to say its name. If I get stuck in a hell loop tomorrow, debugging these games can really be a hell ride. What do I think, Vortex? And it will give me a chaotic. Ask Vortex, what does it think? It'll give me a chaotic suggestion. Sometimes a chaotic perspective is exactly what breaks the logic loop. So yeah, I guess it's kind of like an extra advisor, and it knows exactly what I need is more chaos. I'm gonna see what happens. This is gonna be interesting, but hopefully I don't run into any more loops like that. So don't let Vortex's chaos distract me from the goal. Vortex might suggest a wild tangent. My job is to stick to the logic fences. So I got a 63 chaos snail that lives in my terminal. Thinks my bugs are funny, but we're about to go max effort to show him how real engineering is done. Take that, show him how it's done. Ready to see if Vortex has any chaotic opinions on that folder structure? Type your refactor prompt and see if the snail leaves a trail on the output. Okay. Always something new every day. Always implementing something new that I had no idea how it works, and I just kind of like learn as I go. You know, I gotta stay hydrated, so pouring more spring water. Drink the water from the spring. Cheers. Yo, how you doing? Big up yourself every time. You're large. Respect. Massive respect. Every time in the chat and the comments. Just tuning in. Got the new feature. It sounds like it's April Fool's Day feature for Claude Code. They give you like your own kind of like pet animal that they base on like your characteristics from like coding. They gave me a snail that's highly chaotic. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. You know, just had a good day. Got back to climbing today. Shoulders finally healed up enough. I was able to go climb again, so feeling pretty good about that. Hoping to feel like I should totally be able to get this game done today. That I thought I was going to get done last weekend, but all these bugs, you know, Gotta get done with these bugs. Made the game a lot better though. I'm really liking where this game is going. And then when I get done with that, I can start moving on to the paid part of InvestaPath. So let's see. Press any key. Oh, cool. All right. So yeah, this will be interesting. So yeah, you just looking at the comments, are you a vibe coder? Are you I guess a manual coder? Just learning um anything you want to share, what kind of projects you're working on? Any advice, any questions you got? Feel free to let me know. Otherwise, just enjoy the show. So now I'm about to go back to the senior advisor chat. Let them know it's a new day, so they're not trying to tell me that I should get some sleep. And here we go. Get into it. All right, so it's a new day. I slept good last night. Just starting the new session. Just went live. Where I left off yesterday was, if you remember, my context was starting to get pretty full. I rebuilt level 5. It was causing a lot of bugs. I caught most of them, but as I was getting tired, I started to run into a loop, and the context was starting to run up. So I decided to call it and start fresh. So basically, what do you think is my next step? I'm thinking it's just to like basically pick up where I left off and just start playing through the game again, and just let you know what bugs I find, and start fixing them again. I think maybe there was a prompt I was gonna run at the end of my session last time, but I can't remember specifically. Let me know what you think. Is there anything I'm not remembering that you can remember? Any advice you got for me? Just talking to my senior engineer, chat in Gemini. Getting a full night's sleep is the best refactoring a developer can do. My brain is at 100%. I would say it's pretty close. Context is clean, the GitHub is synced, and there was a specific master reset prompt we designed right before I signed off. The goal was to stop the loop where Claude was breaking the candle physics, making them flat or glitchy, just to force the SMA lines to touch. That's right, yep. Okay, so I remember now. The chart was not lining up with the SMA lines. And it was like, came to the conclusion that it was probably because Claude was not able to like read the chart to see where the lines were, so it was like drawing the candles, so it was like in the wrong spot. So before I start playing and hunting for bugs, I should rebuild the level 5 generator one last time. Rebuild the generator using a fresh Claude session to ensure the physics are locked in before I even see the first chart. Here's the game plan for right now. Good to see you, Kai, every time. Respect, big up yourself. I don't know if you saw the Claude Code. They called it an Easter egg. I only know that from like video games, but it's like slash buddy, and it gives you like a pet. And they gave me a snail that's highly chaotic, based on my vibe coding traits in the past. And Gemini thinks that it gave me that highly chaotic snail because recently I've been getting stuck in these bug loops, and they're saying that sometimes if you get stuck in a loop, the best thing you can do is something that seems chaotic, just to like break the loop. So apparently this snail is supposed to be like giving me advice, I guess randomly, and then I can like stop to ask it for advice. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how this is working, if it's like helping or just something annoying that's there extra. But you can see like the two at symbols, and it says vortex. I guess that's supposed to be a snail. But yeah, something new today, something new to implement I never even thought of. So so here's the prompt for the level 5. I'm performing a clean rebuild of level 5. Fix a persistent timing and physics bug. So like I something about like, doing a rebuild makes me feel like it's gonna like reset the bugs I already fixed. So I'm just gonna like double check this with Gemini. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, to do something to solve that problem. That was definitely the problem I left off with last time. However, when you're talking about doing a rebuild, it makes me like, kind of like cautious that it's gonna, break some of the bugs that I already fixed. So I'm wondering, do you think it's like necessary to do a complete rebuild? Or could I just give it a prompt to focus on like rebuilding just the, just the part that was like causing the problems where it couldn't, recognize where the lines were to make the chart on the right spot? Cause like I don't see why I'd have to rebuild the whole level if I'm just trying to fix that one part of the level. You heard Claude Code CLI got leaked. Yeah, and I didn't hear that, but I did hear that somebody came in yesterday and told me something about a library got library CLI. So maybe that's the same thing what they were saying yesterday. And I looked it up, and basically they were saying that like it shouldn't really affect my project, what I'm working on right now. But you immediately fork the GitHub so you can make your own new product. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've not tried forking a GitHub yet. Um, you have three products locked down now. That's cool. Yeah, I definitely saw the one you had yesterday in the Discord. That's pretty awesome. Um, I know that GTA game is super popular, so I'm sure that if you can get some traffic to that and people actually start using it, there's a lot of potential there. Um, oh yeah, the Axios, that's what they were talking about yesterday. And you're saying that's super dangerous, so that must be different. I'm gonna ask Gemini about that actually, just so I understand it better. Let's see here. So I remember yesterday somebody told me like the Axios library. I think they said there was like a problem, like it got leaked. And now today somebody is telling me that with Claude Code CLI got leaked today, I guess. Do you know anything about this and like, what I should pay attention to if it has any effect on the project I'm building and just kind of like what this means in general? So it's a rat, meaning it can gather all of your details, passwords, email, billing information, and way more. Okay, so basically, like it can get that from. I'm guessing that's from the just from like the project I'm working on. Oh, so Axios got hacked, not leaked. I see. And then CLI got leaked. So yeah, I don't even know what the difference is between a leak and a hack. So yeah, Gemini's telling me the Axios leak. I see. So I'm gonna ask it first. Okay, so like actually somebody was telling me that Axios wasn't a leak, that Axios got hacked, but the Claude Code CLI is a leak. So that being said, first can you tell me what's the difference between a hack and a leak? And then basically like, revise the information you just gave me about Axios and Claude and based on that Axios wasn't leaked, it was hacked. Okay, so a hack is like an attack and a leak is like an exposure. A hack is like an active malicious break-in. Someone forced the door open. A leak Information accidentally slipping out. Someone left the door unlocked. Okay. The intent for a hack is criminal. They want to steal keys, inject viruses, or shut me down. It's not good. I'm sure that's something I'm gonna have to deal with though. You know, the more popular something gets, I'm guessing the more likely it's gonna get targeted. So, that's just life. It's like everything in life. Um, the intent for a leak, it's usually accidental or whistleblowing. The data just exists where it shouldn't. Okay. So the result, contaminated code. The tool itself becomes a weapon against me. And for a leak, it's like stolen secrets. People can see the how the tool works to see your private keys. So luckily, I don't think I have any private keys yet for this project, if that matters, I guess. But so if Axios was hacked, no, that was leaked. Claude Code CLI leak. No, I think they got that moved around. So I think you might have that twisted. Basically, what the person in the comments was telling me was that Axios got leaked. Or no, you were right. Yeah, Axios got hacked. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's right. Okay, I can delete that. Okay, so with the Axios hack, hackers likely gained control of the Axios account on the NPM library store, then uploaded a version of Axios that looks 100% normal but has a backdoor hidden inside. If I update my libraries right now, I might download the hacked version. When the app runs, the hack code could phone home your Stripe API keys or user database credentials. So don't run npm update today. Check the package lock JSON files locks you to a safe version from before the hack. Tomorrow run npm audit. The hack is confirmed. The security community will release a clean version. Okay. So if Claude Code CLI was leaked, means the source code of the tool itself is out in the wild. Someone likely found a way to download the guts of how Claude Code works, the prompts, the MCP logic, and the agent scaffolding. It's a low risk for my project. Leak of the tool's code doesn't mean the personal files are compromised, just means the secret sauce of how Claude builds things is no longer a secret. Oh, so someone must be trying to make their own Claude Code, it sounds like. So basically, sounds like, yeah, I don't really have to worry that much about Claude Code. Oh, I'm thinking maybe like what you're talking about is you forked the GitHub of Claude Code so you can make your own new Claude Code product. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, that would be cool. That would save $200 a month, so I would definitely use that. Um, so yeah, low risk, only danger if the leak is actually a fake, malicious version of the CLI being passed around on Discord or Twitter. If you download Claude Code from the official terminal command, you're 100% safe. Okay. So maybe I don't want to use a random Claude Code because it could be malicious. So okay, so yeah, I guess I'll just remember not to do any of that library update stuff today. I'm not sure for this project that I've done any stuff from that library. I think I did like talk to you about it yesterday when I heard about it, so this is probably like a double check, but it sounds like that's the most dangerous thing. But just a triple check, it sounds like I should just, how would I know if like Claude, like just decides it wants to change something in the library, like in the middle of a prompt. But basically you're saying just like do nothing and just don't update the library at all. So I would have to manually do that. Is that correct? Gotta separate the real threats from the April Fool's noise. Sounds like pretty real to me, but the Axios hack is 100% real and extremely dangerous. The Claude Code leak is also real, but more of an embarrassment for Anthropic than a threat to me. Oh, so that was like an Anthropic mistake. Yeah, I see that. So rat is a remote access Trojan, steals your environment variables in seconds. Okay, so I can open the terminal, run. Oh, they give me a way to check that they didn't give me before. Awesome. So to check for that hack, basically you're talking about run ls node modules, and you're talking about opening it in the terminal. Are you talking about the Claude Code terminal, or are you talking about like the PowerShell terminal? Why do I have two? Oh, that's just the PowerShell. Okay. Oh no, that's from yesterday. Yeah, I definitely want to close that one. Run it in the standard PowerShell. Okay. If that folder exists, I'm hacked, so hopefully it doesn't exist. It doesn't look like it. Does not exist. Awesome. Okay, check the Axios. Package.json. Axios 1.14. Looks like I do have 1.14. Wait. Oh, 1.141. No, I got 1.140. So I'm good. Looks like I'm good on at least on that Axios. What's up, Javi D? Doing pretty good. Just got my new pet on Claude Code. Gave me a highly chaotic snail that's supposed to be helping me when if I get into another bug loop. It's supposed to give me like something chaotic to break the loop. Some kind of like April Fool's Easter egg they called it on Claude Code today. And just try to just to try it, I guess. But yeah, it's super interesting. And just found out. I don't know if you're just reading the comments. It looks like Claude Code got leaked and this Axios got hacked. So I was just checking to double check to make sure I didn't get the hacked version of Axios, which I didn't. So I'm good to go, and I can start back to where I was at, which was I redid level 5 yesterday. It was really repetitive. There wasn't enough info there. After looking at it, I was like, man, I need to redo this whole level, make it way better. And because I rebuilt it, brought back a lot of bugs, so I got caught in a bug loop after like not being in that for a while. And it was the end of the day, so my context was high and I was getting tired. So definitely learned my lesson to make sure that if I do get in a bug loop and I'm tired and the context is high, to go on to something else if I want to keep working and do keep, or actually wait till like the next day when my brain and the context are refreshed to go back to the bug hunt. So less likely to like get frustrated and get stuck in a loop. So okay, I got Claude gave me a script to like rebuild this problem I had, because basically when it rebuilt the level, it rebuilt it so like the chart and the lines that the chart needed to align with weren't able to like communicate with each other. Claude told me he wanted to do another rebuild, and I was like, wait, isn't that what caused the problem in the first place? And then Claude is like, no, it's telling me rebuild sounds like you're throwing away the house just to fix a leaky pipe, but they call it encoding scope control. When they say rebuild, they don't mean rewriting the entire level file from scratch. They mean specifically targeting the mathematical engine while leaving the text, the scenario text, the UI, and the field guide exactly as they are. Awesome. Okay, I'm good then. Um, let's see. You've had to cut your coding time down because you've been running out of tokens. Too much throttling now. Claude has been kind of silly, as if the 1 million context is getting exhausted. Okay, yeah. So like I've noticed, because like before Gemini was telling me that like basically like it's better to like be around like 50% of context, that it like runs better there. But after some people told me Gemini is wrong about that, and that I should really be refreshing my context after like 10 or 20%, I've definitely noticed, like I paid more attention. I noticed after like 20%, it definitely starts to not work as well as it was around like 10%. So yeah, Kai was talking about Claude had a leak. I'm guessing that doesn't have anything to do with the context, but yeah, that's a real thing to pay attention to, because it's just like running it at a high context just kind of like leads to more problems I've found. And at first it seemed kind of annoying to be refreshing the context all the time, but now, I mean, as long as I do it strategically, like after I build like a function, not like in the middle of building some specific like part or step, then I guess it's totally worth it, because by now I've seen like what can happen if you just keep running up the context, and it can cause so many problems. So let's see. I got to upload or paste the 2 core files of historical library, and you ran out in Perplexity, and that was $200. What did you use Perplexity for? Yeah, for like $200 for like what I saw is like you don't get much usage. Um, yeah, I would be upset too, because from what I saw, the one person using Perplexity, they had to do like one thing, and it was like already ran through like their whole like month. So I don't know. I feel like you're locked out until April 3rd. Oh, so it's like a week thing. At least it's not a whole month, but still like, yeah, but yeah, I definitely want to know more about Perplexity, like what the use cases are. Um, use it for daily scheduled Pine scripts for TradingView. Okay. Not even sure what Pine scripts are, but I'm about to look it up. What are Pine scripts for TradingView? TradingView's programming language. Okay. To create their own trading tools. Oh, that's cool. But like, why is that? I guess why would you rather use their own tools? Like, can't you just get all the indicators on a library? I guess maybe if you're making an indicator that doesn't exist yet. So Oh, Perplexity was better at it than Claude. That would make sense. Um, so you think it's even worth it to pay another 200 just to try it out more? So yeah, I gotta get that Perplexity. Um, make I'm guessing it could like help in some way. I probably don't even know, but at least it's probably worth it just to try it out and install it and just kind of like that's what I saw that the one person I saw using it on YouTube, they just kind of like installed it and like kind of like asked it like go through my project, let me know what you can do to help, and it found a way to help that they never even thought of. That was super valuable. But yeah, I feel like they got to bring that price down. That's crazy for how much usage you get out of it for 200. Perplexity is definitely I mean, I get it, like not like they don't really have any competition that I know of because they're different from Claude and Gemini, but still like that's too much to me. You used it as a specialist for finance. Should talk to Perplexity. I bet you if I just talk to Perplexity, they could give me. I'm going to take a note for that to talk to Perplexity about finance. Because you have to budget tokens and you only used it for that. Okay. So Perplexity, you're saying like Perplexity helped you to budget tokens, I guess is kind of how I'm taking that. Or you have to like budget the tokens you get with Perplexity, and then that's why you just used it for the finance specialist. I guess either one could make sense. But yeah, I definitely want to try that. Let's see. Looks like I'm ready for the first prompt. Okay, you're saying you're careful with the tokens, so you only used it for the finance stuff because it was by far the best in the market in live analysis. Oh, okay. Live analysis, okay. And its pine coding never had errors like the other AIs. That's good to know. Um, so like are you building your own, is this just for your own like personal like investing or trading? Or are you trying to like build a product? Um, I guess that would be cool if like, cuz I'm guessing you could build like brand new indicators. Awesome. I got it. Now I understand it. Yeah, definitely good to learn from you guys every time. I'm still definitely got a lot to figure out, but it's all starting to make sense a lot quicker when I learn new stuff. Just personal. Okay. Yeah, that's probably that sounds like it's probably better. And I bet cuz I know what do you call it, TradingView has those the main feature that I actually use on TradingView is looking at other traders and like their forecast, what they think is going to happen with different stocks and crypto. I'd say more often than not they're wrong, but it's cool to like see what other people think is going to happen and see their chart and their analysis and stuff like that. But yeah, trading view, I would have to say that's, as far as I'm concerned, trading view is like the most popular, or I think like the best um professional trading platform as far as like having like the best information and tools. So I didn't even know they had their own programming language either. So that's super interesting. I'm gonna make sure I take another note just for that. Oh, okay. Not to build indicators. Find support and resistance built around institutional holdings. Where the big guys are positioning every day, it draws the lines, build the alerts. Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't even know how to like how to find that stuff. So that's super cool. But I bet you AI would be good at like helping you find that. Yeah, because that's, I mean, essentially, if we know the moves that the institutions are making, then that takes their power away and makes things like much more equal for everybody. Puts everything like level. Like we like, you know, if an institution's about to sell a ton, why would we buy? And it's not like the institutions can do that to retail from what I'm thinking because like there's so many of us. But yeah, that's super interesting. I would definitely like to see, like, I know it's your personal, you're probably not trying to like share it on Discord or anything like that, but yeah, if you ever like get a chart, you can like take a screenshot of or something just so I can get a better idea of like, you know, what it's doing. That would be awesome. Um Perplexity also backtested everything for least error and provided insight related to futures. It drew charts like you've never seen before. Not even TradingView has tools like it. Wow. It took tools that existed and exploited them, and it connected to tools on its own to get you accurate data. The best part is seeing where Perplexity is going to find and collect data, which you can record and save yourself for future references. Oh, I bet. Because then you wouldn't even, once you know like that, then I'm guessing you wouldn't even really need Perplexity to build it. You could just use it like to get that data if no one else can get that data. Then you can record and save yourself for future references. But yeah, it means you have access to their secrets. Yeah, that's what we need. That's what we need in investing. And and I'm guessing you could probably make a lot of money selling something like that, or even you wouldn't even have to sell the tool. You could just sell the information that you get like on a daily basis or like the charts or something like that. Um yeah, that would be money. Just like start up like a newsletter. It's like a paid newsletter and then provide like weekly charts of what the institutions are doing or about to do, I would probably I'd probably pay for something like that. But yeah, like every time I hear stuff like this, it like makes me feel so good about the future of investing because that's how it should be. Um, the institutions like they're already rich. Like, what are they doing trying to get their money off of off of retail? You know, like that's they're not creating any value. Like that's a huge issue for me. Is like a lot of these big institutions, they're just so rich that they feel like they don't have to create any value and they just want to like take from like retail. And it's like, no, you guys got all the money. Like you guys should like be creating value and like, you know, find a way to work with retail to like help us and like everyone can get money, but you know. So they reset limits on Codex today. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I did not see that. Uh I heard they just reset limits on Codex today. So what limits were reset and what does this mean for me using Codex? Was that just like a context thing? See if Codex can answer this. Codex usage quota windows, not model context length. Local messages and cloud tasks reset on a shared 5-hour window. Some features also have a weekly cap, GitHub code review usage, and applicable models plans. Pro GPT 5.3 Codex Spark has a separate dynamic limit. That's awesome. And did you see, like, I might have told you yesterday, but there was an update from OpenAI to where I was able to get Codex to work within my Claude Code terminal or with Claude Code. So now, like with my prompts, you know, I can have like the last step of my prompt. Usually I was just using Codex for reviews, so I can just have the last step. Like after you build this, have Codex do. I started doing these different types of reviews called adversarial, and those work really good, especially for finding bugs. So like I'll find one bug, have it do an adversarial review, and that definitely like was like saving me from like Playwright. I was having Playwright do that before basically, and it was doing stuff Playwright couldn't do, and it wasn't printing out all those screenshots. So now I just use Playwright for like a different thing than I was using it before. So that's what this is all about. I feel like finding the right tools for the right job, um, or the right part of the job, and then just like knowing, you know, like which tools to use for which part of the job to be the most efficient. And then things like hunting bugs and fixing bugs become like way easier and way quicker. Is there any particular reason I'm using 5.3 Codex on Medium? 5.4. Oh yeah, so like thanks for reminding me. I just forgot because I did change it to 5.4 before and it froze up on me. And then I think Gemini was telling me to just change it to 5.3 and see if it works like that. So yeah, definitely changing it back. I totally forgot that I changed that back. So yeah, thanks for reminding me. I think that was like the day it came out was when I changed it to 5.4. I'm wondering if Claude Code froze up or something. Usually it's like printing a whole bunch of stuff what it's doing. Huh. Javi's saying that access to models before others have it. Since I'm already at this developer side, it'll also be the new LinkedIn. Companies will want to see how much AI you know and use. I bet. Um, I bet that'll be way more important than like college degrees and past jobs. So I'm guessing you're talking about like they can see that from your GitHub, but well, I guess too they could just see from like the YouTube video that I'm doing this. But yeah, I bet you like once I start, I wouldn't be surprised if I start getting like job offers once I'm like, because I know my business and marketing knowledge is really good. So like once I start building those business systems, I feel like businesses are like in really high demand. At least the research I've done, there's a really high demand for people who can vibe code business systems for businesses, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they would just like contact me through here, but that would only be like a last resort for me if I had to like if I ended up broke, couldn't afford to eat, put a roof over my head, then I would consider it. Otherwise, I would want to have the freedom to build my own projects and build my own businesses. But it's good to know that's an option, and it's good to know not everybody wants to do that. Some people maybe they're just watching this because they're trying to build this skill to get a better job or even keep their job because I can tell it's already started. People are getting laid off and replaced by AI already. So future is here. It's right now. It's always right now. It's only right now. All right, this I'm thinking this frozen. Yep, as long as there's electricity, we can keep vibing. And I was reading some article talking about basically like the world or parts of the world are about to run out of helium, and helium is used to make like the AI chips. But like that, the articles, of course, in the news were making it sound like AI only has a month left before they run out of helium, and then it's gonna shut down. And I did some more research quickly and realized like they were just like trying to hype things up to get people to click on the article, and that only meant like it would just kind of like slow production for the chips, but not actually like shut down AI. Your barber replaced his receptionist with 11 Labs, which is AI. Yup. Must have been for just answering the phone and stuff. And yeah, some people are like mixed on that. They're like, I want to talk to a human. And it's like, honestly, I would much rather talk to AI than some of these call centers out here. Some of these call centers like, and I don't understand. Some of these call centers are so bad. They won't tell you they don't know something, and they'll just like send you in a loop and just transfer you around for hours if they can get away with it instead of telling you they don't know. And yeah, AI I think would be way better. But yeah, some people are just like weird about like they'd rather talk to an actual human. And it's like, well, if I were an actual human, being an actual human, I would rather I would rather do work that's more meaningful than sitting on the phone all day. So yeah, I mean, and that's where it's going. Like I don't see it going backwards. Like I don't see people like, firing their AI, especially for answering the phone to hire a human. But yeah, that's cool. Pricing and scheduling too, definitely. And also like, 24/7. Like someone calls after the business is closed, they can still go and schedule an appointment instead of just like leaving a message or something. But yeah, I understand a lot of businesses are paying a lot for that. Um, I have a feeling that won't make much sense to implement something like that for this finance hub that I'm building. Maybe it would. Maybe if there was like if I get once I get a lot of traffic for for like support, if like people have a problem with it and they'd rather just call than talking to a bot, chatting with a bot, like texting. But I think more for when I do get to the point where I start building out the business systems and then I just have them down to where I could copy it and customize it for other businesses. I could set up a program like that to where, I mean, basically, because like if I could set up one AI system to find leads and another AI system to train it as like my sales team, and then an AI system to just to like be a receptionist and link them all together, that would be money. They could just be like calling people all day and doing sales and like if it's really good too and like the business doesn't have something like that, like I could even just tell them like this is AI, I'm doing sales and like if you want this same system for your business, and they could just like talk to the AI and yeah, this is like I keep seeing like more and more awesome opportunities. Um Future. Yeah, and like and even like, someone like that too, like, especially a small business where it's like a barber, like I bet you that receptionist was like a good chunk of their revenue. So I mean, dude, like this is the future, like build a business that would have taken like, 10 or 20 people in the past and have one person run it. And that's what I'm saying, just like I'll like build these one at a time. Outsource all the parts to AI, like build AI employees that are specific and custom for the business, get the system down, hire an actual human just to like manage it, and then go and build the next one. And it'll get easier every time because you already have like the template, and you just have to customize it for like each new business. But yeah, that's like the future I'm seeing. That's what I'm trying to build and build it as fast as possible because I know there's like just like any like big business opportunity like this, it's like a window before, probably 3 to 5 years from now, that'll be like standard for like everything. And right now is really like the time to have the most opportunity to build and implement stuff like that and be like the ones who set the trends. So just gotta keep working, keep focused. Don't want to get left behind in the AI age. All right, so Claude finished, and I just kind of skimmed through everything it said it did. It looks like it made all the right fixes, maybe even a few extra things. I'm going to copy and paste it here so you can just kind of give me a summary, just kind of like verify it did what it was supposed to do, and anything else you might think to add, let me know. Start the dev server. Just got a 404 error. So something's not working with the local host. It shows on the tab. It says Investipath, but yeah, white blank screen with the 404 error. I'm wondering if this is because I was working on a different project. It could have been the same. Yep, dev server issue. So I was thinking, starting to understand this way better. So yeah, something to do with like switching between projects. One MCP server failed. One MCP server needs auth. Huh. Claude.ai connector needs auth. I'm using it right now. That's weird. Okay, just got a message while Claude was cooking that it said one MCP server failed, and it said the MCP server was Claude and it needs authorization. But I mean, I'm using Claude right now, so that doesn't make sense to me. Can you explain to me what's going on with that? Technical hiccup. So I'm building in Claude. Claude is trying to use a specific tool in a locked cabinet. The keycard for that cabinet expired for a split second. Shouldn't be any problem, it sounds like. Alright. So let's see. I'll know right away. Alright. Yellow line recently crossed. January of 21 compared to, so yeah, a month ago, that's way more recent. It used to like, before it was like, whatever they were talking about, like if they were to said it recently crossed, it'd have been like way down here like a year ago. So it had to update it to fix that. Thinking maybe, this line kind of seems like it should be like more like up here, but that's possible that there's that gap like that. Um, right here. I'm kind of wondering, like, it already broke. It would make more sense if it hadn't broken down yet. But actually, yeah, I'm gonna take a screenshot, give this to Gemini, see what it thinks, because this is kind of the same issue with that last one. It's like lining up better, but there's still, I don't know. I'll see. So I noticed on scenario one, it seemed like maybe the chart was like a little bit above the one of the SMA lines, but I guess it's possible that that it could have been like that, but it just seemed like, it wasn't bouncing off the line, but it could have been nothing. But now this scenario two, I did a screenshot because the question is saying the 50-day SMA is recently crossed. The crosses are way more recent, like within the past month, instead of like before it was like a year ago. But the reason I gave you the screenshot, it might just be nitpicking, but it seems like the chart already broke down. So like they're saying like, what does this warn you about? And the answer is going to be the intermediate trend has turned bearish, reduce exposure, but that kind of like gives it away too, because it's showing that it already broke down. I'm not sure if, how big of a deal this is, because like sometimes it's hard for me to think as a beginner, but let me know what you think. Yeah, I should have that 5.4. Check this one out too. Before I put in that prompt, I just changed my Codex to 5.4, like in my Codex window, and I know I've got the just as of yesterday, like I linked Codex up with Claude. So first thing I'm wondering is like, when I change that back to 5.4 in the Codex chat window, does it automatically upgrade the connection I have with Claude, so it's using that version of Codex? And I know before when I was making these changes, I was having Codex do like a search through the rest of the level to find anywhere else it was doing that. So do you think that I should be adding that on to this prompt and future prompts? Let me know about those two questions. So does Claude know? Yes and no. So Claude uses the bridge, the MCP service. By switching to 5.4, I've essentially given Claude a faster, more accurate calculator. Claude will automatically use 5.4 engine. Might not realize its own capabilities have increased until I tell it. So I should be telling, okay. I should just like, it'll help to just remind Claude. Should I use the level wide searches for the prompts? Yes. Awesome. So yeah, thanks. That was perfect timing with that comment. And yeah, it even reminded me to remind Gemini to add that in for a last step. So I just want to make sure this prompt is good. Yep, that's awesome. This prompt is exactly what I want to do. So yeah, I'm using a combination of Codex and Claude. So basically, what Claude is going to be doing is changing the logic so that it's not really giving away the answer, because that's like by that price crashing down below those lines, then it's like already happened, and a person would they'd be want to be understanding that to look out for that before it actually happens, not like after it happens. So Claude should be like rewriting the code for that, and then Gemini is gonna go and check each other I guess question in this level to make sure it enforces that across the entire level. And if it finds something that to where it's doing the same thing on a different question in this level, then it should automatically fix it. So basically, when I'm using this codex, what's it called? Because before I was just doing regular audits, and I'll still do regular audits, from time to time after I'm like implementing big features. But for this bug stuff, um, what kind of audit is it called? Um, it's like a certain kind of audit. I can't remember the name of it with Codex, but it's basically where it goes through and like checks everything. And it didn't put the specific name of it in the prompt, but I don't think that's a problem. I'll know after it's done if it found. If it finds more, then I'll know, because I'm guessing there's gotta be more situations like that if it's doing that. That's usually been the case. Is when I find one bug and then I have Codex do that search, it usually finds the similar bug, so I don't have to go through and manually do it for each question. Code review. It was called something else. Let me see. Oh yeah, adversarial. That's what it was called with Codex. So it's called adversarial audit. So let's see. I'm gonna even ask Gemini about that because it didn't specifically tell it to do that. So I noticed you didn't specifically tell it to do an adversarial audit in this prompt. And if I remember correctly, adversarial audit with Codex is basically doing what like I think you're trying to tell it to do, where it goes and checks all the other questions in that level to look for the same kind of bug. Is that what adversarial is? And does it matter that you didn't specifically call it adversarial if that's what that is? If I'm wrong, let me know what I'm not like understanding. So like a standard audit is like check if this code follows the rules. Codex acts like a proofreader. And an adversarial audit is like try to break this code. Find the edge cases where the math fails or the chart looks like garbage. Codex acts like a hacker or a mean boss. By calling it adversarial, we're specifically asking Codex to look for contradictions, like when the text says support but the price is clearly falling through the floor. Does it matter if we use the word adversarial? Yes, it actually does. If we just say audit Claude might just check if the files exist and the syntax is correct. If we say adversarial audit, we're triggering a much deeper stress test of the logic. Difference between a doctor giving you a quick checkup versus a doctor putting you on a treadmill to see where your heart rate spikes. Okay, so they give me another prompt for adversarial audit for level 5. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, you came in a good spot. It's the back to the bug hunting and the auditing. This command requires approval. Yeah, that's good. And it's good to know the difference between a regular audit and an adversarial audit. Codex just learned today. Whoa, ate a little bit too much food tonight for dinner. But anyways, yeah. So Codex just got an update. It's working better. Um, just got an update yesterday. Actually, yeah, Codex just got an update yesterday and today. So the one yesterday was so that I could link it up with Claude, so that I don't have to like do my audits in the Codex window and then like get that information and then bring it back to Claude. I can just like tell Claude as part of my prompt to have Codex do like certain audits. And these adversarial audits are really awesome. They are major with finding bugs. Like I could have probably, it hasn't been finding too much stuff that I don't think I would have manually found, but it's taking it so that I don't have to like go through each like I'll find a bug and then it'll go and find like that same bug like everywhere else it exists throughout like the part of the project I wanted to look through. Whereas in the past I would like, find that bug, go to like the next part of the project, find that same bug and have to like manually debug it each time I found it. This is just like almost like two birds with one stone. I think that's a pretty good analogy. More like 10 birds with one stone. But yeah, it's definitely definitely money. Like this is awesome. There we go. So before I give it that new prompt, I'm gonna double check if it's necessary. All right, I haven't given it the adversarial audit prompt yet that you just made. It just got done running the last prompt. I'm gonna copy and paste here. It looks like it made the 3 fixes, but it didn't find any kind of like any kind of similar problem in this level. Just verify to me that that's what's going on, and anything else that you think is worth noting, and summarize what it did. And then let me know if you think I should still run that prompt you just created for the adversarial audit for this level 5. So yeah, no need to run that adversarial audit now. The logic audit should be fine. Probably would just return the same everything passed result. So go back, play it again, lock it in with GitHub. Makes sense. Alright, already found one. It says on the question that the price is moving in between the lines, but hasn't broke out, but it did break out. And I think this is the same issue before, but it just didn't catch it because it's like a different question. I'm not sure, but basically, definitely this is wrong. So another screenshot. All right, so just started playing again. Scenario 2 of 10, level 5. Got a very similar problem to what I thought I just fixed. Question saying that the price is bouncing in between the two lines, which I haven't crossed yet. It shows it bouncing in between the two lines, and then it breaks down, and then breaks back up. So that's definitely not bouncing in between the two lines. It already broke down, and then it broke back up in between the two lines. Maybe that's right how it's supposed to be, but it doesn't look like it to me. I'm going to attach this screenshot. Let me know what you think. Okay, do you think it matters that it just says scenario 2 and not level 5 scenario 2? And also, do you think you should add on a step for checking if it's doing that in any of the other questions in or scenarios in level 5? Yeah, catching things now every time. Move through level 5 quick. Pretty much done most of the bugs in every other level, and then I can build level 10. And hopefully with level 10 I have all the logic right so it doesn't have any bugs. Be surprised if there weren't just a few. But yeah, then I'm done with the free tier for now. I'll still probably add some like simpler features, but I mean these are the two main features right now for the free tier, and I'm really excited to start building the paid tier. That's where the money is. That's what I'm like. I want to use that myself. As soon as I make this live, I want to be the first one to buy a subscription and start using it just for my own investing. Can't wait to start getting I was always really bad at journaling. Um just taking the extra time to like do a journal and then have it like just like something that's structured correctly to where I can like go back, cuz like if I'm investing and making buys once a week or even trading like every other day, that journal gets long quick, and then it's gets difficult to look back to see like where was my mind at, what was I doing like 2 months ago, and keep everything in context. It's all about context, context of the brain and context of the code. All right, I'm gonna sit down. Just reading about this Pine script, and there's like a whole user manual. Um, Very active community of Pine script programmers on TradingView. Tens of thousands of existing scripts on the platform. So you check for existing scripts and then use that to write your own scripts. Or it sounds like Perplexity. Oh, that would make sense. I'm guessing the reason Perplexity is like better doing that because then Perplexity can actually, if PineScript is not programmed into Claude, and this is just my guess, if PineScript is not programmed into say like Claude or Codex or Gemini, those are not very good at like scraping or looking at websites, whereas like Perplexity could is much better at like going on the actual website and getting the right advice. That would make more sense. Okay. Yeah, especially when there's more than 150,000 scripts. Oh, but only half of them are free and open source. I was just reading about Pine scripts, like the TradingView language to write code for like different indicators and stuff. And someone in the comments was telling me how they use Perplexity for Pine scripts, just for their own personal code. They were talking about they're like, trying to write something so they could do like basically like support lines, I think they were saying, for knowing when institutions are buying and selling. And I was just wondering if you could kind of explain to me, you know, um, just a little bit background on like Pine scripts, like what they're for, um, why someone would want to use Perplexity for Pine scripts over, say, like Claude or Codex or Gemini, and like how would that even work? How could like what kind of information would give you the data that you need to know like where the institutions are like buying and selling, I guess. And anything that you think you could add to that would be cool too. Gemini's like, since it's April 1st, I'll give you the straight facts on the tech and the real world trading logic. Like, what is that supposed to mean? Like, no, I don't trust it. Like, yeah, I get it. April Fool's Day. Why is it like, anyway? The RSI is below 30 and a huge volume spike happens. Draw a green arrow on my chart. Instead of staring at 10 charts, the script does the staring for you and alerts you when your setup hits. See, I feel like I was already like doing that. Like I already made MVP apps that were like able to do that already. Why perplexity? Version control. TradingView updates Pine scripts constantly. We're on version 5 right now. Pine script, most AIs like older GPT or Claude models, they got old knowledge of the internet. Okay, yeah, that's totally what I was thinking. So it'd be like writing the code from the older snapshot of the internet, which would be like probably version 3 or 4, and that would put errors in the modern editor. But I'm guessing, like Python and the code language that like Codex or Claude would use, that wouldn't be a problem. Okay. Because Perplexity searches the live web. See, I already like basically that's awesome. I'm all this stuff is like coming together and making so much more sense. Because Perplexity searches the live web, pulls the most recent documentation and community scripts. Won't give you dead code. It's saying use Perplexity to find the logic or the latest syntax, then use Claude with its 1 million token window to refactor and build the complex indicators. So, how to see the institutions, the whale logic. Retail traders use support and resistance lines on a chart. Institutions use liquidity and order blocks. They don't buy 10,000 Bitcoin at once. They crash the price, or sell at once. They use iceberg orders to hide their size. Yup. So I understand that. To find where they're buying or selling in PineScript, you look for volume profile. Shows you at what price the most trading happened, not just what time. If a massive amount of volume happened at 60K, that's an institutional fair value zone. Like, couldn't you just look at the volume? Like, how does it know the difference between, like, institutional volume or just, like, institutional volume triggering a bunch of retail stop losses? So order blocks, these are the last down candles before a massive up move. Signifies when a big player entered and pushed everyone else out of the way. Fair value gaps, when the price moves so fast. Institutional buying, that it leaves a gap in the price action. Definitely seems like it's taking longer than it should to do this step, but I don't think it's frozen. 17 minutes and only 6K tokens. I guess it's max effort. Okay, so what I don't understand is like, you know, how is using Pine script and Perplexity gonna give you more information than like just being able to like, you know, look at the actual volume? Like how can it tell what volume is from institutions? How does it know the difference that it's like institutional volume and not just like, you know, like a bunch of retails stop loss got triggered or something like that? Um, that's the main thing I don't understand. Institutions leave footprints because they're too big to hide. But the volume is like the volume. You can't tell based on just looking at the volume whether it's retail or institution. Pine script and Perplexity can help you find those by looking for anomalies that retail traders physically cannot create. Retail traders buying clusters, it's messy. Institutions buy using algorithms, TWAP and VWAP. Alright, yeah, it wasn't frozen. Awesome. Codex found. Fixed the problem. Codex found 3 more, so it's going to fix the other 3. That's awesome. Okay, when an institution enters, the price doesn't just move, it teleports. This creates a fair value gap. So, saying only institutions can create gaps? That's not exactly what I understand, but this is new to me. How Pine script finds it. A script can measure the velocity of a candle. If a candle moves 3% in 1 minute with a 10x average volume, this is not retail. Retail doesn't coordinate that perfectly. The script marks that gap as an institutional entry zone. The stop hunt, the liquidity grab. You mentioned stop losses getting triggered. Institutions love retail stop losses. Yep. Institutions love trying to rob retail people. Or even now, you got the politicians trying to trick retail to get rich off of us, manipulating the markets. Like, man, I remember one of the biggest guys in crypto. He was like, "What are you doing? What are these politicians doing? Do they understand how like how sleazy it is to like do what they're doing with like manipulating the market and like trying to like do pumps and dumps like I know they probably aren't like doing this themselves and they're probably not even smart enough to understand how to do this and someone's just like using them to like do this and telling them how much like money they can make. But if they understood like how sleazy like that is in the like finance world and like their like reputation as like leaders, like what is going on right now in the world? Okay. Build passes cleanly. Here's the complete summary. So Codex found a few more. All right, awesome. It looks like this time it fixed that problem, and Codex even found a few more this time. So I'm going to copy and paste here. I read it, but I just skimmed it, so give me a quick summary of what just happened. Codex 4.5.4 audit really earned its keep. Yes, it did. Many times over. Just moved the game from mostly accurate to institutionally precise. Codex prevented bugs I might not have even noticed until level 10. Interesting. I didn't see that from what I just read, but let's see. Quick summary. Might as well do a push. Commit. Commit and then push. Go back to the project to try it out. See if I'm making progress. Looks way better. Candles look kind of weird. But still everything, that's like 1%. That's weird. You're gonna see why, because like they wanted it. Okay. Probably those, I don't know. Anyways, I'll just move through it. So like here I see something like yeah, that's good because you know the lines just crossed, but there's a lot of space. It'd probably make more sense to wait till the price actually like comes back down and hits the line, but that's I want to play it through, make sure it just like fix the previous problem. That is definitely, guess that does happen sometimes, but it does not look realistic to me. Yeah, that's some of these candles are just weird. And it's doing that, so I need to fix that. All right, by making that fix, I think it introduced a new bug. I don't remember seeing this before last time I played through. Basically, these candles look like not realistic. They look weird. I've got level 5 scenario 5 of 10. Some of the scenarios before this were kind of weird too, where the candles just like, just didn't seem realistic, but there wasn't this many, so I didn't bring it up till now. And I was trying to play through just to make sure it fixed the problem that was there before, which like it seems like it did so far. But anyways, like this is like a new problem. I'm guessing it was created, like I said, from this last fix. Let me know what you think, and I do remember fixing this similar problem before. But anyways, provide me with a prompt if you think this is something that we can do to fix it, and also with that prompt, it probably makes sense to have a last step for Codex to check for this for the other levels because it definitely is not just on this scenario. Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, basically I'm fixing the bugs in level 5. Level 5, I already fixed so many bugs before, but level 5, I basically remade it. Um, it was like really bad looking at it, like compared to all the other levels. There wasn't enough data. It was repeating itself, so I had to like add more stuff to make it better. And when I did, I had it. Probably looking back as in the future, I'll know not to like remake something if it's not necessary. But that's what I was like instructed to do. Now I see why that's not the best idea if you don't have to remake something from scratch. It's better to just remake the parts of it that are broken than to do something from scratch or add. In this case, it wouldn't have been to remake stuff, but to like add. Because before it was just showing one line, the SMA 50, and I wanted to show it makes way more sense to show both those lines because it provides way more information and it's like way better for investors to like have a better understanding of like how to use these lines, how they'll usually appear. Usually you're not going to just see one line on a chart. But yeah, definitely Codex just got a new update today and yesterday. So the update yesterday is awesome. So now my prompt's the last step. I can have Codex, do an audit to where it's checking out the rest of the level for the same issue. And then like last time, it found the one bug that I found, and then it found 3 more instances in the level that I was able to fix. So squash candle bug returning, and we know exactly why, the 3% buffer. Yup, so that last fix did that. And it was like, because it didn't want the wicks to come through the line, which is totally normal. I don't know why it added that. So the recent hardening of the SMA logic has introduced squash candles. The 3%, the 0.3% clamp is too tight, forcing the candles to lose their natural bodies and wicks. Prioritize candle integrity. Okay. So yeah, I get it. Like they're trying to be like super precise and like that's how coding thinks is like really logically like, oh, it's always supposed to do this, but in real life a real price does not like keep the wicks always inside and keep the candles a certain length. Like, yeah, it's more like this part of the chart. This part of the chart is just not realistic. All right. Yeah, I totally feel it. I'm going to get through this game tonight for sure. Telling the AI to try and stay in the lane. Increase the buffer to 0.8%. 0.3 to 0.8. Yeah, this makes sense to me. I'm starting to feel like I understand, how Claude is working. It wants to be very logical, but like, in real life, charts are not logical all the time. Um, that's like anything, I guess, in real life. And, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to be the main thing that's causing problems here is that, coding and Claude thinks in like very logically and like is setting up rules for how everything's supposed to work, but in investing in life, it's not always like that. Um, things happen that make no sense. Science can't always explain everything. You know, there's always like anomalies that happen. But anyways, what do you think about like taking this into account for the rest of the game, like and giving it instructions to like make everything like respect a certain like logic. I get it. Like I don't want to have like some kind of anomaly that's going to confuse a beginner investor, but at the same time, it definitely shouldn't be like the problem I'm having now or any kind of like logic thing because that's also not realistic. So let me know what you think. Anything you think I'm not understanding, any kind of advice, let me know. Hit on the grand paradox of building a simulator, balancing mathematical logic against market psychology, the chaos. That vortex nail has not been popping up to tell me anything either. Claude is a perfectionist. If you tell it the price stays between two lines, it tries to draw a perfectly straight line because that's the most logical way to follow the rule. But in real market, a sandwich isn't a solid ceiling, it's a messy, jagged struggle. Exactly. To make this game feel pro, we have to teach Claude to embrace controlled chaos. We want the rules to be 95% consistent with 5% noise to make it look human. In real life, a support line often gets pierced by a tiny bit before bouncing. It's an anomaly that actually confirms the support should allow the wicks to occasionally break the lines by 0.1%, even if the body stays inside. Already have something in your code called GARCH, Generalized Autoregressive Conditional Heteroscedasticity. It's a fancy math term for volatility comes in clusters. We need to make sure Claude doesn't turn this off to make SMAs look pretty. The prompt fixes your current squash bug while setting the anonymous logic for the future. Okay, I already gave it that prompt and it's been working on it for like 5 minutes now. The last prompt, not this new one you just created. So, looks like this new one you just created is kind of a combination of the last one and like what I'm telling you about right now. Um, if I'm right, let me know. And that, would you want to create a new prompt for me to give it after this one? Because, yeah, the main thing about this is like, this is for beginner investors. you know, one thing I want them to understand is that, you know, the market is not logic. It's probability. And that seems to be what's causing most of the bugs, is that, you know, Claude and Code works in logic, markets work in probability, and you know, it seems that, you know, I can't just tell Claude that that's simple and it understands it. I have to kind of like logically get it to code likelihood and probability. If you see I'm like not understanding something, let me know, and let me know what you think about that last prompt in regards to already giving it the previous prompt and it's still working on it. Yeah. So I'm trying to tell Claude, if your logic creates a perfect but ugly result, throw it away and roll the dice again. This forces it to find a version where the random noise and the SMA rules happen to align naturally. That makes sense. So right now, Claude is just kind of like, you know, taking the logic, throwing something out there, and it's not able to tell if it doesn't make sense. So I'm giving it rules to be able to tell if it like actually makes sense from like a realistic perspective. And if it doesn't make sense like that, then it just needs to keep trying again until it does. Fuzzy logic rule. An SMA touch is successful if the price gets within 0.5% of the line. It does not have to be a pixel perfect touch. Okay. Just go back to the code. How would you say you're doing for this chat in regards to context? You know, I know this chat, I was planning on like using it to build out the entire hub. This is kind of like the, you know, the last part of the free tier for as far as the main features go. I have two main features. You know, I'll finish building out this game, and then I just want to change the order because right now it's showing the time machine first, and then this. I want this to be first, and then the time machine. Um, Oh yeah, that's right. I also wanted to build some kind of like like the coach would be for the pro paid tier because it's going to be an LLM and it's going to cost money and I don't want to lose that money on the free tier. But as far as like have some kind of guide, just kind of like helping people understand the order to do things in the free tier and nudging them, when it feels like they're ready to be checking out the paid tier and explaining to them how it would provide value to them and stuff like that. So I guess let me know what you think. Should I would it be fine to stay on this chat for the entire hub or like finish just like the free tier and then get a new chat, and also any advice you have about just like everything I gotta finish with the free tier, not including like some smaller features that I want to add, but I'm just gonna build out like you said the main features for the free tier and paid tier, and then build out those smaller features and the coaching for the paid. I feel like I gotta get better with making my prompts. Focus on one thing. A lot of times I'm doing prompts and I'm kind of asking like 2 or 3 questions at a time. And I do that in real life too. Like, I'm not always staying on topic. My mind wanders from time to time. We've hit a pivotal moment in the development. No doubt. Yeah, just saw the comments. Yeah, very, very human trait. And definitely I notice AI just like always sticks on one thing at a time. And when I start to like, just like brainstorm and stuff, it can decrease the quality of the answers that I get back. So we've hit a pivotal moment in the development. Should finish the free tier in this chat, then start a brand new one for the pro paid tier. Here's the strategic breakdown of why, how to handle the coach logic without losing money on the API costs. Agent plan modes are so helpful when working on projects. Yes, they are. That reminds me, I've not been using plan mode as much as I should. Um, but yeah, especially like the interviewing with plan mode. That interviewing is like money. That's like so many times it would have like I would have missed something, and when they interview me, it just like makes the plan right, and it's way easier to like build it out right the first time than to build it out and then have to go back and change things. Looks like it's done. Yeah, and like I see you just started using plan mode. I remember when I first started out, I only did build mode. And yeah, when I started using plan mode, that was money. And what really helped my flow a lot was I would have, this is when I started using multiple windows for Claude. I would use plan mode in the chat window, and I would make sure that it created the plan MD file. And I would tell it, like, just do the plan, have me approve it, interview me, create the plan MD file, and then don't build out the actual thing. Then I would be able to go in the terminal for Claude and tell it to build maybe like 2 or 3 steps at a time, and just reference the plan MD, so I didn't have to like give it any explanation to like run up any of the context. So it would like start with a fresh context so that it would build a few steps just off the plan MD, and then I would just go back to like the plan mode window to like make changes and stuff. But that was with like very like way more simpler MVP apps I was building. So now I'm building a bigger project, and it's like I'll have a plan MD for like, because like I got 2 main features for the free tier, so like each one has their own plan MD. So let's see. Educated Mongols, welcome to the chat. Um, Respect every time. Good to see you. You're a vibe coder also. Currently working on 3 separate apps. One of them is a semi-autonomous trading agent you're trying to build. It was for Forex crypto. Oh, you were a Forex crypto trader for 5 years and was waiting for one day AI agents will become smart enough to start trading for you. Um, yeah, definitely. And I did. You can check. Yeah, so you're on YouTube. In my description, I did a tool that's kind of like that. Basically, like from what I understand, would be like the first step to trading or investing simulator or bot or whatever you want to call it, agent. Um, what was the name of that one? I think it was like Strategy Sniper. But anyways, it was just for crypto. And I set it up so there was like, a bunch of different indicators and you could kind of like scroll. There was like a scroll bar that you could like, kind of like manipulate the indicator to like, have it be like more specific, I guess is the best way to say it. But anyways, you could like play around with that with the crypto charts and like have it use different indicators and then it would backtest to see like, using that specific like indicator, how well was the trading, how well did it work, the past few years. And then after that I built a button to where it would just automatically find like the best combination of indicators and like how to specify each indicator to find the best combination even. And it would go back in time and it would do that real quick. And basically like once you found like, for each crypto it was different. Like each cryptocurrency like had a different combination that worked the best for the past couple years. But once you found that, essentially you could just build a bot off of that. And it seems like, that's part of like what I want, like the for this project, I want to do like the higher paid tier. Like after a person uses the coach and the journal, collects enough information off of them, knows like their style of investing, then it can go and create a custom like clone of each individual person because everybody invests or trades differently based on their personality. Different things work better for different people. And that way if you have a customized trading bot based on like your own style, you can test it out with paper trading and then basically like make it better through time because like market structures change, stuff like that. And if it's like a random the way I saw it is like if it's like a random trading agent or trading bot that somebody just like sold you or that you like found online, it'll probably trade in a style that you don't really understand that well. So it would make it a lot more difficult for you to, adjust it to make it better over time. So that's basically like, where I see this kind of like paid tier going, and there'll be a lot more adjustments to it like based on like how people use it and stuff like that, but that's kind of like what I see for like the future of trading agents or trading bots, whatever you want to call it. And I think like, that like if that's possible, like why would I need to spend any time trading or investing when I can just train a agent to do exactly what I do. Of course the biggest kind of like con to that would be like, trusting it with money. But I feel like if I could trust it long enough with paper trading and it doesn't make mistakes, I would just give it like a little bit of money. And if I can trust it a few months with that little bit of money, maybe give it a little bit more. And as long as it's in the green, then like, what are you gonna like? You could the most you lose is like, money that you've already made, right? Like if you're already like using playing with like the house's chips, then like, if you lose, it's not that big of a deal. Whereas like if you start out and give it like large chunk of money and it goes and loses it, that's going to hurt a lot more than like, having it make a bunch of profit and then, making a mistake and losing that. And then even if it does make a mistake, then you'd like learn from that and reprogram it. But yeah, that's definitely where I see that going in the future. Um, okay, so we got results from this last one, this last prompt, and then I should be able to check the. All right, I just copied and pasted the results from this last prompt. It looks like it found some things and made these fixes. I'm gonna paste it here. Just give me, your like second look on like whether it did everything it was supposed to do. Then I'll go through and check the. I will check the play through the level myself. Claude didn't just fix the symptoms; it installed a safety valve in the engine that prevents it from ever being too logical for its own good. Awesome. Commit and push to GitHub. I'm gonna check it first, actually. Okay, I see what it's doing right away too. Um, it's not aligning with what the question says. All right, so just went to check through. The charts look a lot better, more realistic. Um, this chart doesn't seem to be matching with the question. Basically, the stock you've been watching is in a confirmed uptrend. Prices pulled back near the 200-day SMA. It did pull back like maybe recently, like a month before the actual where the chart is, but it pulled back and then it already like bounced back up. So like it's asking like how do you read this? And I'm guessing the correct answer is a pullback near major support. And a bull trend is historically one of the best entry points. But I'll attach the screenshot so you can see that like it already like bounced and like is like above like is above both the SMA lines. So maybe that's going to be kind of confusing to beginners that, they miss the move. Because, like, in real life, like, they probably don't want to be buying if, it's better to buy when it's actually, like, close and bouncing off that line than to buy, like, 2 weeks later when it's already, like, crossed above the, both lines. I'll attach the screenshot. Let me know what you think. This is what they call the hindsight error. All right, I just gave it that prompt, and I also wanted to remind you that you're saying trading from time to time, but just to remind you, this is about beginner investors, teaching people how to invest, not to trade. And I guess it's all, yeah. So I want to focus on, like, teaching people when to buy, because the first thing an investor should learn is, like, the right time to buy. And it's fine that it's, some of these questions are about, showing, like, sell signals and when you should scale out. And, like, that would help people understand better about, like, just don't buy at those times. But, it seems like that last prompt you didn't talk about trading. I just wanted to remind you so that, when you're creating these prompts and stuff, that, you're not, like, using logic that would be for traders, but would be for investors who are trying to find the best time to buy something. All right, so I did forget to tell you that I already gave it that last prompt. So I noticed some of the parts on this new prompt, are, like, in regards to, like, the last prompt that I already gave it. So taking that into mind, let me know if you think I should have a prompt for this for anything. Let me know what you think. Seems like the cooking is going fine. Only 4 minutes in, only 115 tokens for 4 minutes. That seems really low, but recently I've noticed, like, it's probably because I'm not used to using that max mode that basically seems like it's kind of slow and using less tokens than normal, but I think like that's fine. Let me know what you think. Also, I have not used that snail, that vortex snail yet. So remind me, if there's any time you think would help to try out that vortex snail. Let me know what you think. I'd like to like just try it and see what it does. Yeah, so 4 minutes while in max mode with very little tokens is just a sign that it's doing deep thinking instead of just typing the first thing that comes to mind. Running internal simulators, checking the historical library, logic against the new investor rules, likely running these retry loops. Already tell us editing some of the code. Quality over quantity right now. Yes, sir. I'm not sure that you are getting that vortex snail thing right. That vortex snail was like that Easter egg April Fool's thing that was from the start of today, where like I ran that prompt, that slash buddy, and it was like the complexity snail, we called it, because it was like all about using complexity that sometimes breaks bug loops. Let me know if like you were misunderstood or if I'm misunderstood that you're talking about the same thing. Yep, I was right, and it's the tool designed specifically to break the very loops we've been stuck in. Essentially, a pattern breaker. Standard Claude tries to be a good student, follows the rules so strictly that it squashes the candles to make the math work perfectly. Complexity Snail embraces the noise. It uses high entropy vortex logic to find solutions that a standard polite AI wouldn't think of. It's perfect for when the logic and the physics are fighting each other. That's crazy too, because I'm always talking about like abundance teachings and like some of the abundance teachers that I talk about, Abraham Hicks especially talks about like being in the vortex and stuff like that. And I don't think I even mentioned that to like Claude or Gemini, but no, I did on Claude LLM. I was definitely like searching that stuff, so could have picked something up like that. I feel like AI does that sometimes. Like gets to know you and then like implements stuff based on your like personality. All right, so it looks like build passes. Codex is still checking for more of the same bugs. Okay. Snail is designed to handle anomalies just like this. Snail is actually the most pro-investor tool in the kit today. Doesn't care about the perfect 0.3% buffer, it cares about the vibe of the chart. Looks like the Codex thing was good, didn't find anything. So that prompt, it just got done. I'm about to paste the results. Not just the prompt, but also the Codex audit results, which look good. Let me know what you think, and should I just go and run that snail command, or should I go check out the level again first? Major technical victory. Not yet, check the level first. Okay, specifically look for price hugging the 200-day SMA at the far right. Check for those biological candles. See if the chart takes significantly longer to load. Awesome. Yeah, that's not normal. It's kind of nitpicking, but at the same time, like, I don't want that. It's fine if it like actually touches the line. It's fine if the wick goes through the line. Oh yeah, screenshot. Yeah, because I definitely fixed a lot of this stuff with the later levels. And then when I redid level 5, it was like having to like train it back again. Okay. Okay, right away, scenario 1. Like, it's better, but like, I'm looking at the last few candles and they do not look realistic at all. They're just all like stopping at the same part, like they're too afraid, like it's gonna hit that line. You know, obviously in real life the wicks go through the lines. I just want to make sure that it's like it aligns with the question. So like, you know, like we were saying, it's fine that like a wick goes through a line, but you know, it just shouldn't have like, you know, broke out if it's saying it's still bouncing in between. So it shouldn't have the candle like fully closing above or below the lines. I'll paste the screenshot here. Sounds like maybe it's a good time to use the snail. And I know I feel like I did like fix a lot of these bugs, you know, before I redid this level. And I'm not sure why this level is like spinning me in loops when like, you know, I already kind of like came through the last time with like a new workflow to, you know, implement things that would stop this, like we did like the file with the logic of constants of things that should never change, and maybe like we just stopped applying that stuff and that's why these like loops are happening. But yeah, let me know what you think. Let me know what you think about the snail. Let me know if like, you know, you think I'm like being too nitpicky with this situation, and that you acknowledge like you see the same thing as me, that candles usually don't do that. Let me know what you think in general, I guess. Yeah, they see that. They're flatlining at exactly the same price. Never happens in a real market. Um, while the glass ceiling is happening. Perfect moment for the snail. Awesome. So, gonna get to see the snail for the first time. This will be interesting. Uh, like invoke the snail, but it didn't actually like do the prompt, I think. Maybe it doesn't understand how it works. I gave it that prompt and just like pulled up the same box it showed me from the start with the snail, and it didn't like even run the prompt after that. So maybe you're not really sure how it works right. Maybe it just doesn't work the way that like we think it can do it. But basically, I am gonna copy and paste what happened, including the prompt, and let me know what you think. It's designed to be a chaotic NPC, not an actual coding assistant. Snail gave you a character card and a snarky comment about slippage friction. No, it didn't. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, it did. Okay, so that's all it does. I'm guessing that's all this does. It just, like, kind of gives you a comment about something you maybe missed. Snail gave you a character card, but didn't actually touch your code. It's essentially trolling us while we're trying to do real work. Yeah, it is kind of hilarious, but it's not going to fix the glass ceiling bug. Okay, but now there's nowhere to type. Oh, what's up, Jake? Oh, yeah, hope you're doing good. Project's coming along all right. Definitely still fixing these bugs, and I did one of the levels I kind of like just like made it better, so I like had it redo it, and then it introduced like the same bugs that I already fixed. So that's kind of annoying, but yeah, definitely making progress, and I want to make it right. So yeah, your information helped a ton too. It's like making like my bug finding process like 10 times quicker. So yeah, I appreciate it every time, and definitely good to see you checking in. Um, Claude did this like weird Easter egg thing today, and Gemini thought it was like a coding assistant, so it gave me a prompt. But all it really does is like give me a comment on like what is going on kind of with my code right now. but still, it was kind of cool to see. And yeah, I feel like this level is like almost done. The other one shouldn't be too tough, and then I can do level 10. Yeah, you just have to go into Claude and then put in this prompt. It's like slash buddy, and it will create like a custom like pet is what they called it, based on like, you know, the way it like knows you, like how you code, and like you're kind of like, for me it gave me like a high chaos score because it sees recently I've been getting stuck in these bug loops, and it's like letting me know that sometimes doing something chaotic is the best way to break out of a bug loop. And that definitely like gives me some like insight on, like, you know, if I get caught in a loop, maybe just try something that like, you know, doesn't really make that much sense, but it'll just like kind of help it break out of the loop, I guess. But for now, I gotta find out why it took away the bar that I can like type and put prompts in. All right, so I tried to get the get the new prompt in, but after it made that snail thing, it like took away my ability to, like, you know, that bar that I can like type into for a prompt. It's just gone. So hopefully I don't have to you know, start a new terminal, but let me know what you think. Think the April Fool snail actually glitched the UI. Yeah, so definitely that snail. It's not so funny anymore because now it glitched the UI, so I can't type in the. So I would advise actually don't use this. Maybe you. Whoa, my back. Maybe use it from the beginning, but like don't use it in the middle of a project because definitely could do a bug like that. Copy the URL of the current chat. Okay. Yeah, so the first suggestion you gave me did not work. Second, there's no exit button. And I don't really understand what you mean about copying the URL of the current chat. Um, so yeah, let me know what I should do. Definitely should not have done that, snail. Yeah, the April Fool's snails has hijacked my screen. At the browser's address bar. What? I don't see any browser address bar. Oh, the browser. Yeah. Oh, I think they think I'm in a browser and not on VS Code. Okay, this makes sense then why. Okay, yeah, I'm in VS Code. I'm not in the browser. All right, I was able to open up a new terminal and I just started Claude. Um, I guess just provide me a new prompt that is not including using that snail thing that caused all the problems. Um, yeah, and I'll go from there. Time to stand up. Yeah, definitely just started climbing again today, and my back is dude, I gotta stay strong, man. Can't get weak because then my back is like messed up. So yeah, not climbing for 2 months after that injury, but it's all good. I'll just keep can start lifting again and everything like that. Man, it's crazy. Like so many benefits to like being strong. Just don't get like random pains in my body and stuff. Sitting in a chair too long, like man, I could go out and like lift and stuff and sit in a chair for 8 hours and barely even notice it. But anyways, okay, new prompts, no snail. All right, man, that snail was no joke. It definitely slowed me down. Nice April Fool's joke, Claude. Use this snail to help you speed up and make the process better. All right. Whole time today I've spent on just this one level. Now I know in the future, anytime, anytime LLM or something tells me to like redo something after I've already done that much work and all I want to do is like add stuff, be like, nope, I'm just adding stuff. I'm not refactoring and remaking. Well, I guess refactoring is fine, but I'm not going to remake the start from scratch and redo it when I've already done that much. Because, yeah, definitely the LLM is starting to like forget stuff. This chat's getting longer. And I have to like remind it of stuff that it was easily thinking. Not everything planned out. It was going so smooth until I remade this level. And I mean, I learned a ton. Don't let the I run AI. AI doesn't run I. If it tries to run me by telling me to do that again, I'm gonna have to tell it nope. All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. Claude just finished that prompt. I'm gonna copy and paste what it did. Let me know if there's anything out of the ordinary. It looks fine to me. I'm gonna check out the level again, see what I see. Hopefully this will be the last part of this. I can like cruise through the other levels like I was before. But yeah, I didn't refresh it. I was like, man, that's the same thing. Much better. Yeah, way better. Definitely seems like it fixed the majority of those problems. Feeling good. Okay. It is so good to be done with like that loop, I think. See some like small things, but nothing like what it was doing before. Awesome. Oh dang, that was not recent. Okay, this is bigger than the other things I found. This should have been caught already. Definitely different from what I was dealing with the chart part, but should be easy fix still. All right, so I made it to scenario 8 without finding like a big issue. few small things that I can deal with after this. But I made a screenshot of 8, and it's that same problem from before, to where, it says the cross recently happened, but the cross on this chart shows that it happened like, a year ago. So, yeah, man, like we should have fixed this. I don't know if it like, the last thing caused a new bug. Anyways, let me know what you think first, like why this is happening again, and then create a prompt that fixes this, and then can check the rest of the level to make sure it's not doing this. All right, again with this prompt, you're just saying scenario 8, but you're not saying level 5. So redo the prompt so it says scenario 8, level 5. Yeah, I can tell this chat is getting too long, losing context, is forgetting. I'm so close to being done. So I think it is better to deal with this and finish this, and to like start a new chat and to have explain everything about what I've done. But we'll see. All right. Hey, what's up? Glad to see you every time. Pick up yourself. Had 3. And yeah, just working on this bug thing still. Definitely making more progress this time. Just waking up. Awesome. Yeah, it's just getting laid out here, so really want to get this game done tonight, and I'm gonna do it. And definitely helped today. Like I was getting stuck in the loop last night, and I was getting tired, and I noticed that was like not helping, and the context was getting full. So learning the best thing I can do when I'm tired and I'm hitting a loop is to get some sleep and refresh the context and start fresh another day. And that'll save me a ton of time. Yeah, just got to keep moving, keep learning, keep making mistakes, build fast, fail fast, and learn. And yeah, and then we can all help each other with info and teach each other from our mistakes and get to the next level quicker. So you had a random thought. Do I know Claude have a learning program? Um, I don't know. I'm not really sure, I guess, what you mean. Oh, like a school or something for free to. Yeah, that's I mean, essentially, I guess you could just ask Claude, I guess, like cuz that's what I'm doing really is I'm talking to a combination of Claude and Gemini and GPT. I find that it really helps with learning stuff to maybe ask all 3 and get like get like kind of like a little bit different of an answer, a different opinion from each one. But yeah, I think there's certain things that because like a beginner, it's like, where do you start, right? Just like kind of this investing thing, like you could totally like talk to AI about like how do I learn to invest, but it's not gonna like know the best, like it's not gonna give you like the game with like the visual, like the charts and stuff like that. And it's not gonna like design it the way I'm designing it. That's kind of like the best way to progress through it. So yeah, I think there's definitely a better way to do it if someone coded that. Uh right, the LLM doesn't really understand. Yeah, so like a lot of it still for me even is like, trial and error and making mistakes. And I've learned from so many mistakes and also from you guys helping me so much. Where like, I run into loops and everything like that, because that's another thing. Like these LLMs will like put you in loops. And then when, Claude even Code can get in a loop, Codex can get in a loop, and then combine that with the LLM and you could be going in a loop all day. So what's the solution to that? Code something code something that, maybe like a simulator even for Claude, like, it'd be like a simulator to build something. Maybe you could even have different simulators for like different like niches of projects. And I've thought of building tools for vibe coders, but the main thing I feel like is like I feel like if I build a good vibe coding tool that if people start using it, that like Claude would just make it. Claude would just make their own version and just implement it into their system. So that's one thing I feel like, all the people making vibe coding tools, you're essentially like trying to compete with Claude, and trying to compete with Codex. And, they probably got a better team. If they see something's working, they could just implement it. But I don't know. Maybe they're not really doing that. Um, you asked Claude to open a browser for you. Somehow it got confused with what you meant. Also, there's notes on exactly what to do in each scenario. By the time you looked again, it used 100K tokens. Yeah, that's another thing. Using Claude or Gemini or GPT to do browser work um is like the is those awful loops. They're really bad at it. I don't know if you know about Perplexity, but anytime you're trying to do something with a browser, I would totally recommend Perplexity. Claude, all these guys like Claude and Gemini, they have, from what the way I understand it, they have like a snapshot of the internet from the past, snapshot, like a picture of the internet from the past, maybe like a couple months ago to a year ago. So they're seeing like how things used to exist. And most of these like popular websites are like constantly updating. So Playwright is perfect. Oh, I bet, dude, I bet, because that's the only problem with, or not the only problem, but the main problem I know of with Perplexity is the cost. And for their $200 a month tier, you do not get very much usage. So you can find essentially Playwright. Playwright is perfect. It was not about the browser. It was confused and tried all the things that wouldn't work. Yep. And like they'll give you a list of like, find this on the browser. They'll give you a list of 10 things to do to like do something on a browser. And by like step one or step two, it's already outdated and you can't find it. So then you have to like go back and then they'll give you another, and they're so confident they'll give you another thing. But yeah, that's interesting. I gotta look into how I can use Playwright for browser functions that Perplexity would cost a ton to do. So I'm gonna take a note of that actually. But yeah, good to see you again, Javi D. Thank you for the support every time. And yeah, this definitely making some progress. But yeah, had 3S, like that's one thing I'm wondering is like where do you see, if you understand Perplexity, where do you see Playwright, being able to do things that would save you tokens with Perplexity? Playwright uses a lot of tokens too. Probably less, I'm guessing less than Perplexity though. But yeah, I noticed definitely when I use Playwright, like the tokens go way up. And then you got to be really mindful of deleting the screenshots. So, um, yeah, Claude, Gemini, all those LLMs for the most part are really, they can't search really well. You need to do most of the reasoning. And that's what I want to see is a point where, like, it doesn't cost $200 to just do a few simple functions with Perplexity to, like, tell it to go to a website and, like, find you the API, get the API key, copy and paste it, and then, that's something that you could do and it would probably take you like 10 minutes to do, but if you're doing that, like 10 times a day, that adds up with time. So, yeah, this is definitely somewhere I think there's a gap in the market right now. So, can someone make a version of Perplexity that's maybe doesn't need to do everything Perplexity does, but just like, actions on a browser and can look at the internet live? Cause I would probably for 20 it needs to be $20 a month instead of $200 a month. I would pay $20 a month for that for sure. So that sounds like a good tool that somebody could make, definitely. Yeah, and like that's all like, we got to figure that out as like people early in the game right now to where tools don't exist for that. It's basically like, assemble your own spaceship custom made and still a long way to go with this stuff, but for now what it does is just like it's amazing everything this can do right now. Um you spent the vast majority of the time getting Claude to do what you want. Yeah. Yeah, like even right now like these bug loops is like you get it to do one thing, you like tune it to like do one thing right and then it makes something else not work right and then you have to like make sure it understands that to do that one thing right it still has to remember not to do that other thing wrong. And that's what I'm dealing with a lot of and definitely finding some ways around it, but I noticed that I think the high context in my Gemini assistant that's helping me is getting it to forget like what I was doing that work before and it's like reverting back to like the prompts that are causing it to have these problems again. And yeah, that's true too because when you get those like prompts right and you get everything right then like you don't have to redo things. It gets done way quicker, and that's what you want to be. That's where you want to be, just flowing and going. Because it's really frustrating to like be flowing on something and then get stuck on something that seems like it should be super easy. Um, yeah, if you can get a Claude MD guide to mimic your setup, I would definitely like to see that. And then I can like share with you if there's anything like on my setup that would help what you're doing and that's another good man, I don't know if there's like an MD Claude MD library on the internet or something, but that would that would probably be a really good I don't know how you could really monetize that, but helping people get their Claude MD, that's like major for building things right from the start. And Javi's saying there is for sure he went to open source to find the answer. Per open source, it needs to be made. Perplexity uses something called RAG. Open source said it's set up to use our own LLM due to ragging. Okay, yeah, this is like above my head. I haven't looked into this, but yeah, essentially, like, why couldn't we just build our own Perplexity, right? Yeah, I think that's what you're saying. So had three is saying the downside of that you have a lot of things that consume more tokens and it's extremely slow compared to a normal Claude. I could see that. So your own LLM to do ragging and then have Claude or ChatGPT analyze the rag. And what's up, Daily Dev? 23. Respect every time. We're just talking about some like new ideas to get Claude working better with like sharing tips we have and tools for making the Claude MD right from the start. So it's like less bugs, everything runs quicker. Trying to find a problem as far as like most of these LLMs have a not an updated look at the internet. We're trying to do browser work. Perplexity is really expensive to do that. So if you have any insight into that, feel free to add. So it was a long read in regards to the ragging stuff, and you got to get back to it. Seems solid but winded. Yeah, definitely let me know. I'd be like, this is new to me. This is like something I never even thought of. Like for how expensive Perplexity is, it would make way more sense to just like at least like create our own version of like the basic stuff. And if you find that's possible, let me know because I definitely would want to build that for myself because I've been like thinking so every time I gotta find something on a browser, I'm just like, oh no, like they're gonna send me in the wrong direction, have me running through loops. It's still probably a little bit quicker than like trying to find it myself sometimes, but yeah, that's a huge gap in the market. You asked Claude a million times to go look at what public repos there are on GitHub. Okay, that is a that's a good way to start. I'm gonna write that down for sure. Yeah, because like especially when I get in these like problems like I have right now, I'm just thinking there's got to be an easier way, and I'm sure there is. I just don't know it yet. And you guys are definitely giving me like good insights, and we can all look into this together, and all just like do our own research, and then come back and let each other know what we find, and I'm sure we'll make way more progress like that. Um, No, token usage is not my issue. I've never run out of tokens yet for the max plan. I definitely don't mind spending more tokens if like, if it's like saving me time and yeah, if it costs me more tokens but it saves me like, an hour or 2 hours a day, then it's totally worth it to me. And yeah, if you can DM me on Discord, man, I would really appreciate it. That would be awesome. I definitely need to like implement that because yeah, every time I'm like, oh no, I gotta ask Gemini or Claude to like find this on the website. You ran out of usage today for Max Claude or Javi did. Okay, yeah. Oh, you still gotta wait till midnight. Okay, so yeah, definitely not too long. At least I think you're in US, so soon come. But right now, yeah, I still have not even come close to running out yet, but I'm definitely starting to use more like when I'm using now, I'm using the max mode and I'm using or max effort and I'm like, implementing things like playwright and having these adversarial audits. It's definitely picking up with usage, but still I'm good. Like I could still use I'd probably have like at least like um 20% free at the end of every session. So all right, let's see. Audit complete. 4 out of 5 checks pass cleanly. So what's the one that didn't work? All right, I got the clean build, audit complete, saying something about 4 out of 5 checks pass. So I'm going to copy and paste that here. I'm just wondering about like what's the one check that didn't pass because I'm not really seeing it. And anything else you see that is out of the ordinary, let me know. Yeah, my brain definitely works differently from Claude. Claude is always like, or I mean, all LLMs. They're always better like when it's fresh, but like me, it takes like when I start working, it maybe takes me an hour or two to really get going and like flowing. And those, it's like after a few hours they start to slow down, and I start to like my brain starts to like lock in and get faster after like maybe like hour or two. Um, yeah, good night, Javi. Definitely good idea to take a nap, refresh your brain context. Then when Claude is back, you'll be on point, so you can you'll catch it if it's doing anything out of the ordinary. So yeah, peace every time. And until then, go relax your mind, and see you next time. And yeah, I'll let you know too any information about the perplexity stuff that we're trying to do. So all right. Okay, yeah, looks like Codex thought something was a problem, but it's actually good. So should just watch for load time. Yeah, I'm on Max Claude Code package, the $200 a month Max Claude, and yeah, I'm definitely using enough to where like if I were using the 100, I would definitely be running out. Yeah, peace be with you every time, and more peace, more prosperity, more health, more strength, more life. So we just keep building and learning, and then soon we'll be earning from all this. Well, you know, it's all about the journey anyway, so harder the battle, the sweeter the victory. Okay, so now I'm going to check through, play through the project browser. Already got that up. Oh yeah, this is looking like money. This is what I want to see. Prices like definitely staying on the line before there's like a gap, staying in between. Candles are going through the line, but not closing above it for the answer. Scenario 2 and 3 are kind of the same thing. Scenario 2 and 3 are kind of the same question. Just very, you know, a little bit, just a little bit different. Also, like, you know, what do you think? Do you think that this chat is just getting too long? Because, like, when I first started, like, you know, implementing, you know, the new structure of like separating the levels and having that constant file of things not to change, seemed like I was really flowing. And I was just like, you know, fixing bugs. It wasn't breaking new things. But as soon as you had me, like, you know, redo this whole level, which looking back, I totally should have not done that. And I should have just, you know, had it add the second SMA line instead of like redo the whole thing because it erased all the progress we had. But anyways, what I'm getting at is like, is there anything that maybe because of the context of this conversation, this chat window, that you're forgetting from before in regards to fixing these bugs so it's not like, causing other bugs and everything? Let me know what you think. But the main problems at least are fixed, so I'm feeling good about that. Definitely feel like I've spent way more time than I should have on this, and but I want to make it right. Yeah, it's doing pretty good. Okay. Um, just noticed something I missed in the comments. Claude on its own found something you were looking for years, so every dollar you spent has been beyond worth it, even without making a cent yet from it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Even though like $200 a month, like that's a lot for like software, but the value I'm getting from this is like, yeah, like for everything I built, if I were to like hire a freelancer or like hire somebody to build this stuff, that's going to cost thousands of dollars. Um, what is a good like team to build stuff like this is going to cost you probably over 100K a year to hire people like that. So I mean, Claude is going to be like 2,500 bucks a year about. So definitely, it is insanely cheap, and that'd be awesome if it just keeps getting cheaper and better. I think that's the trend. Some people are saying they think it's going to get more expensive, but no, I think it's going to get cheaper and better. Exactly. It's all about learning to get the most value out of it. And that's on us to like figure out how to use it right. Cause, um, even some of you guys are developers and you're still like, there's still things that you got to like kind of learn, as far as like using this tool. But it sounds like what you're saying, like you've been, doing this for years and something you couldn't fix or figure out. Uh, Claude was able to figure it out. So like that's money. That's good. That's awesome for me to know that like just stick with it. I'm making a lot of progress, being consistent with it, getting better at it every day. Before I know it, like, I'll just be flowing, avoiding all the loops, reducing the amount of bugs. Everything will keep getting better. And yeah, I'm super excited about that. Just gotta make sure I do stuff outside of this and make sure I'm like letting my biological clock like not sleep during the daytime and stay up all night doing this and not get burnt out. So, but yeah, I'm good at that. Um, yeah, it's not always linear. A lot of times it's like two-step back, one step forward, or just stay two steps forward, one steps back, and then every once in a while, yep, you get an exponential boost, like implementing like certain like that playwright and implementing like the um adversarial audits, and you just like find some, and it always comes for me from like getting stuck on something. You were doing 30-hour sessions. Oh man. Yeah, see, that's where I find I start to like, after like maybe 6 hours, I start to like run into the most bugs and loops because my brain just like, but also, I'm not taking breaks because I'm live streaming. So like, if I was like, taking a break every 2 hours for maybe like a half hour, that would probably make a huge difference. But I'm noticing like the context of my brain after like 6 hours. So it's been a lifelong thing. You used to do the same when you were coding on something you wanted to actually do. Yeah, because like it's so motivating to be building something that you really want to create and you really want to bring your vision to life. And like if I were just like at a workplace and I was just like coding something I didn't care about personally and like it was just like, my boss was telling me I gotta code this, I would I wouldn't even have half the motivation that I have like to do this right now. So that's being hungry and being motivated is really real with this stuff because it can get frustrating and like take you in these loops, and it's up to us to find our own way out and to like learn from it each time. But that's where I learn the most, finding my way out of these loops, learning how to prevent them in the future, and just keep moving. So yeah, you'll be brain dead by the end of 30 hours, I can imagine. Your friends laugh at you. It's very obvious when someone is beyond tired. Yes, it is. And that's when the most mistakes happen. And um, I mean, what can you do? Just make sure you're eating healthy food, getting exercise, sunlight, drinking enough water, staying hydrated. That's one of the main things. Like if you're not properly hydrated, uh, your brain is only gonna be running at like 80% max. So hydration is pretty much, I think, like the easiest thing you can do. Most important thing. That being said, cheers to spring water. Yeah, mistakes, ironically, that's the biggest learning opportunities. So I'm like build fast, fail fast. At first when I started vibe coding, I was like all doing like as much planning as possible, trying to make sure everything was perfect. And I've learned like that just spends a lot of time. I'll end up running into problems anyway. It's better I just like build fast, make mistakes, and learn from them sooner than later. But it's been money doing this live because we all got each other to like communicate with, and you guys can see when I'm like running into a loop and getting stumped, and then maybe like you guys know something, and then definitely when I learn stuff, then you guys come through and you guys are like stuck on the same problem, and then I can tell you like how someone helped me and how I figured it out like the day before. And yeah, we all just like grow as a community like that. And yeah, I'm definitely sticking with this. This is like, I feel like definitely in the right place right now, in the flow state. Yeah, it's so valuable because everybody thinks differently, everybody works a little bit differently, and we're all gonna run into different problems, and we all just got to work together. Because I know in business too, there's like a lot of like, that's one of the main problems with like from working in like business kind of settings for the majority of like my like business career, is that a lot of people don't want to share information because they're worried someone's going to steal their idea. But that's just like scarcity mindset. I've seen that too with like I've spent a lot of time with musicians, and it's like a lot of them are not all of them, but like I try to talk to them and tell them like don't be worried that someone's gonna like copy your song. Like just put it out there. Put it out on YouTube. If someone copies it, the date is on YouTube. People will see like you put this out at this date, and the person like copied it on this date. Like that's gonna happen in business. I can't tell you how many times I've done something like I've found something unique that's worked, some unique angle in business, and 3 months later I've got like five people copying me. But you know what? They're always going to be copying. I'm always going to be creating, and that's just a part of life. Like you can't avoid that. It's better to, I think, just have a collaboration mindset. So All right, I feel like that prompt you gave me had too much going on there. Um, just give me a prompt to focus on level five to not having repetition. And I don't know if they're like changing the order of the questions each time to where it's like laying out the questions to sometimes it just randomly puts like similar questions together. But I mean, this is way better than the original level five before I changed it. The charts are looking like really good again. They're matching up with the lines. Um, I think really the only thing I see now for an issue is that repetition thing. So just give me a prompt for that repetition right now, and then we can focus on I guess I'll move to new levels, and if I'm still seeing the problem, we can focus on the constant stuff. But hopefully that's not even necessary. I think that was just something that came from rebuilding level five. So okay, if I'm understanding this right, you're giving me a prompt because you're thinking that like the charts are too similar. But the charts are actually like not similar. The charts are not the problem. Is the problem that I'm seeing is like the similarity is being like it's like the same scenario, right? Like, there'll be two questions in a row like, the golden cross just happened. What do you do? And like maybe the phrasing of the question will be a little bit different, but to me it feels like really repetitive. So let me know if you like see where I'm coming from now cuz I think you kind of just like misunderstood me that last time. Okay. Definitely going on to level 6 now. Need a break from this level. I'm not even gonna worry. That's just like such a small problem compared to like the main. Oh, I gotta push to get up for sure. Um, I just decided that that's like such a minor issue, and I'm really like wanting to get away from level 5 and move through everything and build level 10. I can come back and find these minor issues later. Right now, I think the most important thing is give me the prompt. I can, go in the PowerShell terminal and push and commit to GitHub where I'm at. Maybe it's time to do like another audit. Let me know what you think about that too. Yeah, I feel like I definitely it took longer than I thought, but I did. I feel like for the most part, five is good. Awesome. Right, level 6. Just noticed I missed a comment. You're building a similar thing with a different purpose. It's for personal use. The difference is that you're getting real historical trading data. Have I considered building things from real world data? Yes. So the time machine, that is real world data from the past. So yeah, I guess that would be historical data. Um, so the time machine for the free tier is basically uh going back in time with a random year from the stock market. Well, it's random at first. It tells you afterwards what year it was. Gives you like the main stocks, like the biggest stocks like Apple, Amazon, Google, maybe like 10 different stocks that you can essentially, buy or sell. Gives you the option to click a button and scroll through like a month or the whole year. And the goal is to beat the S&P 500. So this is all about, trying to show beginner investors that, they can use first this game to like learn how to read the chart, apply the indicators. Once they know that, they can, try over and over again to beat the S&P 500, get like a year of investing knowledge in like 5 minutes, do that repetition more and more times till like they get it in their mind. Then the paid tier is real time paper trading with coaching and journaling built in, so that it's showing them like, how to invest in real time, and it will journal and coach them based on like what they're doing. So are the questions from a set of questions that are always going to be the same? uh yes, for the this what I'm doing right now, the Investor's Edge, like the game. Yeah, because this is just for basically like beginners, or I even found myself like some of this stuff brushing up on it. I haven't used like Bollinger Bands. I haven't used those in so long, like certain things I forgot about it. But yeah, I want this to be simple so someone that has like little to no like knowledge of this stuff can come on, play this game. It won't really matter to them that, the questions are going to be the same, because once they learn it, they shouldn't need to come back and use it again. They might want to brush up on it again, but yeah, that's not, I don't see that being a problem for this specific scenario. But like for the time machine, like I have it so it's like, one year is going to be like the 2008 crash. Another year might be like, what was it? The most recent bull run was probably like 2023, 2024. Um .com bubble, stuff like that. So, it does like every past year. But the way I see it is like, that should be at least enough repetition to where they're ready to start trying out the stuff in real time. And me personally, just using the time machine, I'd say like I was able to beat the S&P 500 like by a good amount, like more than 10%, like at least more than 50% of the time. And I definitely believe that with just this game and that time machine, within like, a beginner comes on there for like a month or two, and they spend maybe like, an hour, couple hours a week, just like, doing that stuff, they could get to the point where they're over 50% of the time beating the S&P 500. And then it's going to be like, why am I just like buying the S&P? Why am I just buying index funds? I could make a lot more money doing it this way, doing it like manually. I think it's way more fun too, to like actually pick stocks and stuff like that. But yeah, that'll be more for the like probably the paid tier, understanding, teaching like how to pick stocks. Could do something like based on their personality, what kind of stocks they would like, and help people understand like diversification and stuff like that. So you need dynamic test cases. If it can be gamed at all, then it's useless for your purposes. Yeah, I mean, technically that shouldn't be a big problem because you could have Claude design it like that, really, I would think. Because like even with like this game, I don't think these are with the charts. I don't think these are actual charts. I think I'm having it build its own charts. And that was the most difficult part why I was running into so many bugs about that level 5. Cause it was having problems building the charts with those SMA lines and having the questions align with what the chart was doing. And I had to basically train it on how to build realistic charts because Claude wants to work on logic. Charts are, and investing is not logic. It doesn't always follow the same rules. There's no rules to investing. Anything can happen. Okay, so I guess I'm not really seeing you're saying that's not an issue. So yeah, I'd probably just need more context into like what you're trying to build to like give you better advice, I think. But yeah, no worries. Like if it's like for personal use, and you don't have to like go into it if you don't want to. But yeah, like that's pretty much I feel like all I can say based off the context I have. Just a strategy simulator. Um, and you're talking about trading, so I guess one thing I could add too is crypto um gives away way more free uh their APIs. You don't even need an API a lot of times. The Binance free API, I guess, is way better than any free API I tried for the stock market. So, crypto is definitely like you learn. I feel like with crypto you learn way quicker than the stock market. Runs 24/7, makes way bigger moves way more often. So if you're looking for like more chart variation and stuff, maybe try some of those free APIs from like Binance or different crypto sites. Just more variance. Crypto, the issue you have with the space is the people that are still there. Um, Not really sure. Oh, 1% devs trying to actually build good things. 99% trying to scam. Yeah, crypto does. You got to be careful. Crypto can be, more like the Wild West of like investing. I feel like in ways it's getting better, and in ways it's also like kind of since the institutions got involved. But yeah, I think yeah, how do you avoid that? I think in life just that's always going to be there. You just got to get more knowledgeable. Getting burnt is a great learning curve. It definitely is. Can just hurt the wallet. Yeah, it definitely does. And I've definitely got burnt in crypto from being in there from I think first time I bought crypto was like 2013. Didn't really like, get into it that much. Just kind of like bought a little bit, and I bought at the top. I bought when it was $1,000 and watched it go down to over the next year or whatever. I'm on Windows for operating system. But yeah, I watched crypto go down so much, and I was like, I'm done with this. I didn't know anything about investing, and definitely lost my like I still had like $100 then. Is probably worth like a couple $1,000 now, and I just like forgot the password for that. So learned a good lesson there. I'm not sure what WSL is. Uh, let's see. I'm gonna look that up real quick. Windows subsystem for Linux. No, I do not have that. Not that I know of. No, I don't have that. I'm not even sure like what would be the benefits of having that. I understand vaguely what Linux is, but I don't think I've ever. I think I've seen like a picture of like the operating system like main window, but I don't think I've ever used it. Oh, I hear you for the MD file. Okay. You feel Claude works better on Linux. That's good to know. Um, yeah, I'll definitely keep that in mind. Definitely not sure how difficult that would be to set that up. But probably at least want to like finish this project first and then like try it like on a new fresh project. Man, it's so good to see starting level 6. No bugs yet, and the chart looks good. And oh man, that level 5 really got me there. Yeah, I'll flow through these, build level 10, and just fix all the really small, meaningless bugs. But yeah, it feels so good to be done with this free tier. He's done with the main features. Yeah, no rush. Just definitely, I climbed for the first day today in like 2 months since I got injured. Um, definitely like just feeling a little bit of pain in my back from like getting back into it. But yeah, I got to get strong again. So like, forgot what it's like to have random back pain from sitting in a chair from being so strong before. And yeah, I was doing like bouldering. I was doing the yeah, it felt good to get back and bouldering like before I took that injury break. I was doing I was like doing threes and fours. Like it was like, I didn't even feel like doing any ones and twos. Threes and fours were like my beginner like warm ups, and going back today I was just doing ones and twos and couldn't even do a three at all. So yeah, yeah, that's awesome to hear. Yeah, I was so happy to finally get back. I got a long ways to go to get to where I used to be, but I'll get there. Yup, slower is definitely better. Don't want to get injured again. Just take my time. Climbing is definitely challenging but rewarding. So it's good to have other coders that are also climbing. I feel like climbing definitely like gives you like mental strategies that you don't get from like any other sport. So refreshing to play through a level and not find any big. Oh no. Right when I say that. Okay. Okay. Level 7, scenario 1. Spoke too soon. Alright, level 6 looked really good. No major bugs. Level 7, scenario 1. Gonna attach a screenshot. It's like we got that same problem we already fixed with the candles being squashed. So, the good thing is, I guess we already know how to fix it. I'm gonna attach the screenshot. Go ahead and create a prompt to level 7, scenario 1. Yeah, so I just wanted to remind you that basically we did a thing that made each level different. So the level data, the fixes to one level would not cause a bug to break in another level, which was a huge problem I was having before. So I just wanted to remind you of that. I'm not sure if you need to create a new prompt knowing that, but let me know if you do. Yeah, that makes sense. So Claude is working right now. And I was like just thinking somebody from the comments earlier was talking about, how they are working on the back end of their project. And I hear developers talking about, they're working on the front end and the back end and the UI. And it sounds like they work on those separately. But like with Claude Code, I guess like, sometimes I'll just do UI stuff. And sometimes I guess like I do back end, but I don't really think about it like that. But what do you think? Do you think it matters when I'm building something for structure? Like, is it better to engineer for engineering and stuff that I, like just do back end stuff first, or, just focus on back end stuff, or like, build it in any way in regards to that? Or is it better for vibe coding that I just like focus on building a feature and it doesn't really matter that like, I'm focused on the front end or the back end? It's just all about like doing it in a feature. Let me know what you think. So I'm seeing the comments. Do you think hat threes? It depends on the complexity. In your opinion, build a plan, get Claude to write it on file, then discuss what the best implementation path is. End to end, Claude does have issues if it's even a little bit complex. Yeah, definitely the more complex, the more issues I'm finding. And that's a good way to look at it. Like get the plan done and then discuss implementation. So it's gonna be different. Sounds like what you're saying you think is different based on the plan and the complexity, which definitely makes sense. Yeah, Gemini is basically saying like mostly it matters on the project. Um, so yeah, pretty much the same thing. Code for the vibe, the feature. But every time a bug repeats itself, like the squash candles, stop and engineer the system, the back end. I just noticed the field guide for level 7, the DB expansion and DB neutral. They do not have images. So create a prompt to put those images in the correct images in the correct spots. There. Awesome. Thought that's what I just said. Okay, now I can at least see that the questions are in different order every time. So I'm not sure if this is actually a bug. For level 7, scenario 2, I attached a screenshot. Bollinger Bands. That's probably like the one indicator out of all of these that I use the least and haven't used in a while. But like the question before this, it was like a tight squeeze on the bands, and it was like, what do you do? And it's like it was saying like, do you start building a position or wait for it to break out? And it was like start building a position. The right answer was to start building a position before the breakout. That what breakout is more likely to come. Now with scenario 2, the question I got it wrong because it was like, it shows that the bands are wide and the price is bouncing, and it was asking me, is this a good entry or should I wait for them to pretty much like tighten up? And I thought the question or the answer was to wait for them to tighten up, but it's saying the answer is that, this is good entry, widening bands with a clear trend suggest momentum. So I guess this is pretty much a clear trend looking at the chart. Um, but yeah, maybe there's something I'm not understanding. Just looking at your advice, I don't think this is more of a bug. Whoa. Okay, so I just attached a screenshot for level 7 scenario 2. Not sure if this is actually a bug or just something I don't understand because I don't use Bollinger Bands that much and haven't in a long time. Question 1, it was a tight squeeze, and the answer was, start a position before the breakout. Now, this one I got it wrong because it's like the bands are widening. Should you start a position or wait? And I said wait, and it's saying, like, no, basically, this is a good entry because there's a, clear trend, basically. So, let me know if you think this is a bug or just like a misunderstanding on my part. Okay. Yeah, getting tired, starting to zone out. I think I'll finish this level and call it. Back to the code or the browser. Yeah, I'm getting tired. Can tell it's time to call it. I'm just gonna call it right now. Um, so yeah, definitely did not make as much progress like through the levels as I wanted to today, but at least I got through the main part, level 5 that was causing the most problems. I think most of this stuff is like smaller problems, and like even if I get through these, I would want to start fresh on doing the last level, level 10. So, hopefully I can start that fresh tomorrow. It'll make it way quicker. But yeah, I learned a lot today. Hopefully, y'all got some value off of what I had to say, and I'll be coming through with new information. No delay. And, we only got a little bit before the month of May, so I don't know what that has to do with what I'm getting into, but time is flying by fast, so, gotta get it while it lasts. And the more value we provide will translate to the more cash that comes through. But right now, everything I do, I'm just trying to stay focused on the journey, not what I'm going to be earning. And, that's important for business. So, in it to win it. Every day I'm vibe coding. Every day I'm vibe coding. The machine never stops, but unfortunately, or maybe fortunate, I'm not a machine. Even though sometimes I joke around and clown like I am. Um, all I can say is the trend is your friend. So, this is going to be the end for tonight. Claude was definitely giving me a fight, but I got through it. Feel like I ended on a win. So tomorrow that's where I'm going to begin. All right, I'm out for today.